Hello, everyone. Welcome. Can you hear Melon purr? Can you guys hear that? Yeah, you guys can hear it? You guys can hear it? Yeah. Yeah, he purr. He's in my lap right now. Hello, everyone. Zachy boy, welcome. This is my first stream from you. Oh, my goodness. Well, welcome. What an honor. I hope you have a fun time today with us, however long you want to stay. Danny, thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. Oh my god. That's so many. What is your Tuesday wisdom? His Tuesday wisdom is genuine wool sweaters are not friendly to lick. He just tried to groom me because sometimes, you know, I don't know. Do you guys have cats? Do you guys know the thing that cats do? Like when they feel affectionate and loving and like they're like really feeling their oats in the moment, they'll like try to groom you because, you know, that's just like how they show their love. He tried to groom me just now. I have a wool sweater on, and his tongue, for those of you who don't know, cat tongues have a texture to them. His tongue got stuck in my sweater and that was not a good time for him. So that's what just happened to us. How's your Tuesday evening? I tweaked I tweaked the mic settings a little bit more, and so hopefully it sounds okay. Again, I'm still in open feedback mode. Please don't hesitate to tell me if anything sounds funny or silly or annoying, or, you know, give me feedback. I'm here. I'm an open book. I have open ears, arms, and legs. I'm here to take them. That's an open invitation anytime, really. It doesn't have to just be when I switch setups, but I feel like you guys are shy about it. I feel like you guys are shy about pointing out scuff. You can't leave us alone anymore. The Yuchan stream took 3 to 5 years off my life. Did you just recover from it? Welcome back, Brigadier Bacon. Brigadier Bacon just got out of the ICU. Like, oh god. What a close call. I'm recovering from some health issues. I'm lucky to be here. I'm glad I caught you on. Rooster, what happened? You don't have to elaborate if you don't want to. Please don't feel obligated. I'm happy you're here too. Oh my goodness, it sounds like you went through a lot. Melon's a Smash player? What do you mean? Smash players groom each other when they feel affectionate and loved? What do you mean? Fiona had her first day of... That's right! How was your job with Dorian? How did your work day with Dorian go? The way my brain just noticed the stuff... That's right! Oh my goodness! Was it Ting? Ting, were you the one who suggested subtitles? Well, I got them installed literally right after the Resident Evil stream. It's always funny when they try to groom someone with long hair and it gets stuck in their tongue. That's exactly what he just did to my sweater. Hi, Moth. I'm having such a rough week. Recently had to put... Oh no! Had to put down my dog of 14 years, Moth. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my tear ducts immediately are activated. I am so sorry. Do you have a picture that you want to share? What was your dog's name? Tell us about your dog. Well, you don't have to do that right now if you're feeling tender. But if you want us to help remember your dog, we would love to hear more about your dog, what their name was, and tell us about them. Hi, Ekta, and Gimbo too. Welcome. Hello, Legs. Time to kitten pile by host Legs. Hi, Kumako-chan. Welcome. I had a cruddy day, but I'm playing Otome game to feel better. That's a good way to reward yourself. I agree. Smash players groom each other for any reason whatsoever. I get it. I understand now. Sorry. Second repetition of the joke, and I finally got it. I understand. First day was great. Our boss was super chill and cool. My mom's giving me 20% of the daily pay, so I'm going to start to save that. That is wonderful. That's lovely. What do you have to do? What are your duties? Duty. They do exist. Yes. They look pretty decent from my testing. Oh goodness. Who was that? That was Creternal, wasn't it? Creternal. Let me give you your boost. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, Guripion. This one's very recent. Oh, I've got a, hold on. I've got an announcement for y'all. Oh my god. I'm still so bad at using my setup. Oh gosh. This is a public service announcement from One Round. Tuesday Wisdom. Wear sunscreen. Okay. That's really good wisdom. I am a big advocate for sunscreen. Yes, please wear sunscreen so you don't have to deal with it. In a couple decades, not a couple, maybe more than a couple decades, but for those of you who don't know, all our parents, people from my parents' generation, commonly known as sun worshippers, are all dealing with skin cancer now. So please do wear your sunscreen as diligently as possible. It doesn't have to be, not religiously, but as diligently as you can. Thank you for installing them. Yes, of course. I'm so glad you brought it up. I thought about it a long time ago and then I just never revisited it. So I'm just really glad that you reminded me. I completely forgot that they existed. So thank you. I appreciate it. So sorry for your loss, Moth. 14 years is a long time. That tells me they were very loved and cared for well. Exactly. 14 years is so long. You can put your dog down and people understand, but the second your puppy girl asks for the sweet release of death, you're the weirdo for contemplating. Okay, Brigadier Bacon. Not now. Not when somebody's actually going through loss, please. I'm sorry I laughed, but then not at this moment in time. JT, thank you so much for the resub. 36 months, thank you. Hope you have a happy Artemis April. My bird Paco passed away from a heart attack last Saturday, but he needed that rest after 25 years. Oh my god. I want to be sad, but if he's happy with the life he had, then no tears will be shed by us. Oh, what a cute name. Paco's a great name. Do you have pictures of Paco you want to share with us? 25 years is a long time. I keep forgetting that birds live for a long time. Birds live like to the point where they can be considered a human adult before they're gone. My dad had a parrot before I was born, and it lived for a long time. And my mom said she came home one day to him. So he's like a very stereotypical boomer cishet man in terms of if you wanted to characterize him, if you want to sort of orient your brain around what kind of person he is. He's very emotionally muted. He's not someone who shares his feelings or talk about his feelings. He's a very stoic man. My mom came home one day and he's crying. He's full on tears streaming down his face with his parrot in his arms. And it's a giant parrot. It's a huge bird. And he had it cradling it in his arms like a baby. And she was like, that was the most emotion I've ever seen your father express. To this day, actually, he's still never been so honest with his emotions since then. Flash Boyo, thank you for the sub. My goodness, a fresh Host Club kitten. Welcome in. Thank you for your first sub. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your sub badge. Thank you. I will be skin careful when I am dead. Okay. I can't stop you. Mama and I alternate between running the counter, cleaning, organizing the store. It also has a ghost, which makes sense. Antique store is based in the old building, and the ghost is lovely. I was about to ask what kind of store it is. Antique stores are so lovely. What kind of foot traffic are you getting? Is it busy or? Just a TW. Dog lost. He was such a sweet Bichon. Oh, Bichon. Oh, cute.
He was my, sorry, Moth. I hope you don't mind me reading out your message with my feet on, with my toes out, and flexing. He was my childhood dog. He got sick real fast, so we found out he had cancer. It was really hard to choose to let him go, but he was too old to go through treatments. Been struggling so much with his passing. It's day 5. Oh, Moth, let me give you a hug. Hold on. I can do this. Where are my hands? Where are my hugging hands? There we go. Come here! Get over here, I'll give you a hug. Come here. There we go. Get in my arms! Get in my arms, Moth! Get in here! Are you in the Discord server, Moth? I would love to see a picture. What was his name? Thank you and everyone for your kind words. I really do appreciate it. I'm trying to pull through it. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I understand you're trying, but don't be too hard on yourself, okay? It's so difficult. When I lost my last cat, I took a day off work. I was like, I don't need more than a day. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was despondent for days. It was awful. I understand what you're going through. I'm sorry. What was your dog's name? Hums Kemptums! Host almost spoiled themselves with greetings at work, I hear. Terrifying. Yeah, the host apparently almost said, "Hey, a kitten." At work? What a fucking amateur. I would never dox myself like that. Hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. No way. I think you need a new one. Hi, Cass. Welcome. His name is Parker. Penny Parker. Parker. He loves to steal our socks. Oh, yeah, he's got good taste. He knows where the good shit's at. That's the good shit, he would say. As long as we're talking about pets, I'd like to make space for my aunt's cat named Rocket! That's a cute name. And my friend's random friend's dog called Blue. They were the best. Aww, cute. I love pet names. Pet names make me happy. Plucked right out of the cardboard box. Welcome to the host club. Yeah! Flash Boy, you're welcome. We've adopted you. Welcome to Kitchenhood. While we're talking about pets, there's a local black stray void kibi walking around, and I'm like, oh baby, oh baby! Is it friendly? It's friend? I feel welcomed and threatened at the same time. It's oh my god, hi, welcome! Hello! Come here! Come get a hug from me. I'm giving out free hugs today. I'm the free hug guy at conventions. POV, you see this guy at a convention and he's got the sign that says free hugs. Would you do it? Would you hug him? Impromptu Avril Lavigne karaoke. I love Avril Lavigne. What's that one song? Broken Inside. I love that one. That's my favorite song. Where's host? What did you do? I didn't do anything. This is my house too, you know. I've got joint custody of this club. I don't know if it's an owner. Oh, yeah, it makes me uneasy when animals outside don't have a collar. I know they might be chipped and stuff, but it still makes me uneasy, you know? I feel like people would just pick animals off the street, and I'm like, oh, what if he has a home? What if he already has a home? Hi, Lieutenant Vacation. I remember those days of free hug signs. Yeah, free hug signs and yaoi paddles and glomps. You guys remember glomps? I don't. I'm 3 years old. I don't know what glomps are, but you guys must remember. You're all way older than me. You must know what a glomp is. Alicia! Let me give you. I don't know how to type. There we go. What do you go? Oh, it's from my bug eating stream. Elisa, I don't think you were in my community at that point. It was a couple years ago. But I had a collab with a fellow VTuber named Skimmy V Dorney, and we ate bugs. We ate bugs. And I commissioned that art to commemorate our collab. Skimmy ordered a bunch of edible bugs off of a website and mailed them to me, and then we were like and then we tier listed how they taste. Oh, hey Mew, hey Arx, how are you? Why are the feet moving like that? I'm like an ocean creature. I'm like a, what are they called? A jellyfish? Yeah, see, I'm a jellofish. I'm a jellofish. See, watch me. I'm a professional at writing lore for myself on the fly. I'm a jellofish, duh. Where did Jello get enough money to co-sign property with you, Jello? Ah!
From selling organs, probably. My bone marrow on the black market. The feet flapping is giving me Lugia vibes, but it's all wrong. You've been glomped once or twice and you survived to tell the tale? Are you okay? Have you talked to anybody about this? Was it a couple years ago? It feels like it was a couple years ago. Does anyone have like a date stamp on the scheming collab? It was a really fun collab though. Hi Lunar, how are you? Welcome. Happy post-Easter. How's your post-Easter week? All of host's marrow. I do love me a little bit of bone marrow. 2-ish years sounds right? Yeah, it feels a little bit distant. It doesn't feel like a recent collab to me. I know I talked about it earlier, but Joel's going to Otafest. Oh, that's right! Oatfest! I forgot about Otafest. Otafest is not in my province, but it's very close. I've always thought about going. That's right, Joel is going to Oatfest. I was very excited yesterday because Joel is finally streaming one of my favorite games of all time, Pokemon Colosseum. I love Pokemon Colosseum. It's my favorite Pokemon game. I know it's like kind of a weak choice in terms of favorite Pokemon games. I feel like if you're a strong, cool Pokemon fan, you know, if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you're probably not choosing Pokemon Colosseum. It's my favorite. I love Pokemon Colosseum. So many lovely memories attached to it. I had such a fun time watching the stream yesterday. Peaster's been okay. My pup needs surgery. What kind of surgery, Lunar? I've seen and been on the receiving end of a glomp that knocks your ass on the floor. Consensually? Were you okay with it? I love Pokemon Stadium. Oh, Pokemon Stadium was great. That's the one on the N64, right? I never owned it. I never had an N64. My friends, my close family friends did. And so I would always play whenever we would visit their house. It was really funny because like we loved sleepovers. And so sometimes what would happen is around the time when it's like about time for my family to leave, my family friend had 3 kids, and all 3 of them would grab me, drag me into their room, change me into their pajamas, and then tuck me into their bed, and then go like, sleep! And then I'm like, okay. And then my parents would come in and be like, hey, Hiiragi, it's time to leave. And they're like, sleep! Don't open your eyes! And I'll be like, oh, okay. And they're like, that's too bad, you guys. Hiiragi is asleep. We have to have a sleepover now. They gotta stay over. We gotta. It's. You can't wake them up. It's illegal. You would wake this child up. That's abuse. They would effectively con my parents into letting me sleep over. It got to the point where I like knew whenever we were going to do it, and so I would like, before I would leave for their house, I would like stuff an extra pair of like change of clothes in my stuff and be like, and just like pretend like I wasn't stashing an extra set of clothing to their house. But yeah, they had what did they have? I had a Sega Genesis as well, but they had one and they were allowed to have Mortal Kombat. I could not have Mortal Kombat because my uncle, well, it wasn't really, my parents weren't like restrictive or anything, but my uncle didn't let my cousin have it. My cousin was way older than me, and they were like, okay, if your cousin's not allowed to play that game, then you're not, because your uncle knows better. And I was like, no, he doesn't. Mortal Kombat is awesome. So we both had a Genesis, but they had Mortal Kombat, so I was dying to go to their house all the time. We would run upstairs into the family computer room, look up all the fatality shortcuts, and then run downstairs again. There was like a pack of 4 of us, like little animals, run upstairs and then run back downstairs to try the fatalities. We would write it down on a piece of paper, because it's like you can't, like when the fatality thing comes on, you have like, what, 30 seconds to do it? So yeah, lovely memories of the N64 that I didn't have. Not even my console. Told a long-winded ass story about a console that wasn't mine. He tore a ligament in his knee, basically he's getting ACL surgery for puppies. I had a friend whose dog had the same. I've told this story before, and so sorry for those of you who have heard it. It just feels like a very good cautionary tale for me to parrot to other people with the same problem. I had a friend whose dog got ACL surgery as well. And unfortunately, within the same year, because you can't like communicate verbally with dogs and say like, hey, don't put too much strain on your legs, it like overcompensated with its other good leg and then tore the ACL on the other leg as well. And so they had to get like another surgery done. And so cautionary tale, I know it's a hard thing to prevent, but that might be something on the horizon that you might need to look at and consider. It's not cheap surgery either, and so it was kind of devastating to them when they had to do it the second time within 1 year. Luck Capsule, thank you so much for finishing up your login card. What are you getting in the booster pack today? Oh my god, it's her! She was just here last week. It was her birthday. Happy belated birthday, Yu-chan. Did you have a good one? Wait, hold on. Where is she? How was your birthday, Yu-chan?
No.
Oh no, well, okay. She's spoken. That is what we're afraid of too. He's already got swelling on the other knee. Oh no, he's already starting to overcompensate. Yeah, it's like, it's hard. You can't like talk to an animal. You can't be like, don't do that. I mean, you can, you just won't listen. You sleep holds at gunpoint, basically, yeah. A Sega Genesis, yeah, I love my Genesis. My Genesis, I still have it actually. I never got rid of it. It's in a box somewhere in my house. I never had game consoles growing up, but my friends did, and I played on that. Right? It was like, everything that I ever had up until I was like maybe 10 years old was all like hand-me-downs, which I like didn't really mind. I loved them all the same. But like going to a friend's house who were like, because they had 3 kids, so they're like, their setup was always like super decked out. Going to a friend's house whose like house was super decked out with entertainment was always kind of a treat. One of my profs, her dog currently has a tumor going on, so oh no, I hope her dog is doing well. Oh no. What's going on? What's going on with all our melons? Our animal buddies. She says no, yeah. she's not feeling it. Hello, El Pollo, welcome! How have you been? I'm currently obsessing over the upcoming Magic the Gathering set to a degree where my wallet is side-eyeing me right now, not the expensive cardboard. No, El Pollo, what is the new set? I'm not kept up on MTG. Catch me up on it a little bit. What's the new set? Never got rid of my old consoles. Hoarding forever. I love having my old shit. Me too. I've never sold an old console. I've never sold an old console except for the DSs, because as I was moving through the series of DSs, I kept trading them in for the next one. And so I had like the DSi, traded it in for an original 3DS, traded that one in for a 3DS XL. And so I did get rid of some of the DSs, but that's because I was trading upwards. I remember having one of those Yu-Giant soundbites I adored, but I can't remember which now. Oh, here, let's try another one.
Maybe?
Was it that one? We're not sure. Maybe. Posted some pictures of Parker in the server if anyone would like to see. I would love to. Moth, are you okay with it if I showed Parker on the stream? If we remembered Parker a little bit? Let me go. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. Oh, I'm... I shouldn't have looked. Oh my god. The second picture is so cute. Oh my god. Parker looks so huggable. My cat, my old cat, had the exact same metal name tag. Did you guys get that like custom like done on one of those machines at the pet store? That's where I had mine done. Let me get a picture of Parker up. Parker is adorable. Thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate that. Where's Parker? Get over here, bugger. There he is. Oh, baby. I'm just sleepy. What a comfy sleeper. What a comfy sleeper. Look at that. The baby. If Yu-Jan's feeling under the weather, I hear late night yoga can help with that. Late night yoga, moisturizing your skin. Walking home and trying to avoid violent bikers. Convinced my friend to buy another doll and walked away with nothing. I was watching as entertainment. Issa, you would poison your friend like this? What the hey? Strixhaven, it is a fantasy magic university, and I'm really looking forward to the Prismari commander who makes big elementals when you cast big spells. Hold on. Let me look this up. I've like very on a very surface level I got into MTG very, very briefly. I had a deck full of slivers at one point because I thought they were cool. I think I continue to really love MTG, but mostly for the art. I really adore all the art that's on Magic the Gathering cards. It reminds me of a story from 20-odd years ago. Voice actor Travis Willingham was at a convention and someone tried to surprise glomp him. He didn't know what was going on, so he reflexively shoulder checked them on the ground. You know, like, non-consensual glomps, I'm not saying they deserved it, but like, you know, it's a lesson. It's a lesson well learned, I think. I hope they weren't seriously hurt, but like, you know. So comfy, I know. Look at the way he's like molding into the back of that couch. What a comfy sleeper. I love Parker. I adore Parker. Thank you for sharing Parker with us. Thank you for I'm actively making myself cry as I'm saying this. Thank you for spending so much time with Parker. Thank you for giving him 14 whole years of a great life full of love. I can't keep doing this. To get it together. I am 33. I can't be crying at everything like this. Some of you guys are very sweet. Sometimes you guys will like I think we've hung out together for long enough that we all kind of like understand each other's like distances and boundaries and all that very well. And so every now and then I'll get a DM from one of you guys where you're like, hey, there's like something I'm a little sad about or something I'm a little upset about. And I just wanted to tell you, you don't have to reply. I just wanted to like confide in you. And I hope that when you guys know that whenever you guys send me these DMs, I'm like immediately in shambles. I was on the SkyTrain the other day going to work, and one of you guys sent me a DM just to let me know like, hey, I might not be around because something really tough is happening. And I was like, I looked at myself in the reflection of the SkyTrain mirror, and I was like, I looked pathetic, just like tears welling in my eyes, flexing my face so hard, trying to make sure they don't like plop down my face, because then I won't have anything to wipe them with and I'll look really sad and it'll be like 7 a.m. in the morning. Oh, it gets me. It really gets me. Thank you for sharing with me. I don't mean this to say that I don't like being sad and you guys are making me cry. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is that I appreciate when you guys share these things with me. I think that feeling big emotions is a part of life that I covet and I enjoy and I appreciate. And I really appreciate that it feels like I can live so many different I can live life to an exponentially greater degree because I get to live through all of your experiences and I get to share in the things that may make you sad and happy as well. All the happy things that you share with me. So thank you. Thank you for doing that with me. Arnalagia, thank you for the resub. Welcome back for 19 months. You caught me at a tender moment. You got me. When am I not tender though? I love the new Rutha cards look. She's so pretty. Let me look her up. I have 3 tabs of MTG cards open now. Oh, what a lovely color palette. Wow. Nothing wrong with crying. Yeah, nothing wrong with crying. I cry so much. There's nothing wrong with it, but I do feel like I cry a lot. I think being 33 is still a fine age to get teary-eyed over stuff like this. Same with being like 99. It's true. I try not to I try not to hold myself to like strange standards or but like I feel like it's a holdover. It's like a holdover from being raised in that generation. Big baby, yeah. I am. Hi Ivan, welcome. Oh, Minty. Let me give you your boost. Let me boost you. Oh, my anniversary postcard that some of you guys actually have in physical medium. Thank you. It goes to show you're someone who genuinely cares about your community. I do. I don't think there's a single streamer who doesn't. We care in different ways. But we all do. I think the bottom line is we all do care. You're also brave. We're also brave for sharing the big feelings. They're scary, aren't they? When I was in my early 20s, I was very, very scared. Of big feelings, of talking about big feelings and sharing them and admitting that I had them. That was the scariest part. Admitting that I had big feelings was really, really difficult. Thankfully, I'm no longer a pussy. Welcome back for 55 months. Thank you, Domo. Welcome back. Thank you for the resub. I'm now 55. I'm old. 10 years until retirement. Not that retirement means very much now in this economy. I have a redeem from Hamsta. Welcome to the Starlight Host Club, Original Hamsta. Is my reverb going through? Can you guys hear it? Welcome to the Starlight Host Club, Original Hamsta, the Linux Exploring Hamsta,
Hack of the world or something.
Tonight's calzones are Honey Tuesday Wisdom, Where Praline, Way You, I Don't Like Your Boba Pearl Friend, and Late Night Yogurt. Today's terminal, tomorrow, fixing the terminal. Thank you for the redeem, Hamsta. Welcome. Bro loves human emotions. That's pog. I thought you were going to say that's cringe. Hearing kind words about Parker really made me smile. He was so loved by people as he deserved. And he had so much love from you. I think that's the part that mattered the most. He was so loved by you for 14 whole years. So much so that his departure has left such a big emotional crater in you. I think that it's devastating. It's a devastating feeling. But when you're able to walk out of that, like the cartoonish brain cloud of grief, then hopefully you'll be able to see that I completely lost my train of thought. Hopefully you'll be able to see that the monumental sadness that he has left you with to slowly digest was also a sign of how much he was loved and how much he was able to enrich your life. It's really hard right now, though. It's a hard point of time to be in. Grief is awful. Grief is terrible. Grief is one of those things that I think that will change you forever. It doesn't. You're not the same person. From the first time that you have a taste of grief, like your life changes. You as a person are changed, and you're never the same again. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But it's a very profound thing. It's a very profound, and it's a very, I don't know, it makes me think. It's very poignant. Your ability to be empathetic and emotional is part of why I watch you in the first place. Oh, I don't know if it's an ability so much as it is a weakness. It's my Achilles heel. But thank you, Lunar. I'm gonna sob. All the Yoshis I enjoy care for their communities. That makes me so grateful because I grew up in an environment where feelings meant bad. So yeah, I feel like to an extent, it depends on the people that you're talking about. But like to an extent, I feel like I've definitely had people in my life, during my upbringing, that were very discouraging of feelings and admitting to them, talking about them, admitting to yourself that you have them. Reverb, yeah, there was reverb. Okay. Probably won't be here for long, but I've missed that voice, wholesome, Will, and D-Gen humor altogether. I'm sure my old Labrador would have loved you. Oh, Darth the Pharaoh, welcome. You don't have to stay long. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Hello. Release a domo. Give me 1 second here. Let me get a domo out of here.
Let me get the domo.
This is an early domo redeem. Domo, did you have work today? Did you come home early? Oh, there we go. Ugh. His little head. Parker will now be known in places and by people he has never even dreamed of through your love for him and sharing that love with us. Stop! You're right, Alicia. Say it louder, but not directly in front of me like this, so I will cry over it. Beautifully put. I'm sorry. Big jokes. I think that was beautifully put. Thank you. Phoenix Fire, welcome back for 23 months. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. Yes, that one, Shasti. Grief is love without a place to go. Yes, grief is love without a place to go, and then the other one is grief is love everlasting, I think, is the other one. Two really great sayings about grief that always gets me teary-eyed. Grief consumes, but it can heal. No. It's like puberty for your soul. It hurts in a lot of places, but afterwards you'll have tits. What? Oh my god. He changed me. He also took a piece of me with him when we had to let him go. Choosing to let him go was so hard. Oh my god. Yeah. I hate to, oh man, I don't know how to put this. I hope you'll forgive me for speaking very frankly and very candidly. It will never leave you. It will never leave you. It keeps me up at night. It's not a feeling that will ever leave you. But it's in moments of weakness, it really eats away at me. And you just have to remember that you did it out of love. It's really hard. It's a fight. I wrestle myself over it quite a lot. And how many years has it been? 2019. It's 2026. It's been 7 years. This is why when we played Resident Evil 9 and they were like, Grace, it's been 8 years since your mom brutally died in front of you. I'm like, 8 years is not that long. 7 years ago, I had to let my first cat go. And I was the only person around. I wasn't young by any means. I was 27 years old. My mother apologized profusely to me because she said, you shouldn't have been alone for this decision. I don't think it would have made a difference. I really don't think so. But she felt so apologetic about leaving me alone. And so I had to make the decision to let him go. And it doesn't leave you, unfortunately. It really, really stays. Don't cry, I'm gonna start crying. It's such a complex emotion. It's a complicated process. I slowly digest it bit by bit every time I'm able to. And sometimes the late nights, it's always late night when I'm alone. It comes back to haunt me. And you just have to remember how much you loved him. You just have to remember you did it out of love. The important thing to remember is I think the thing that I always, the conclusion that I arrive at is always the quality of life is, what would I have put him through had I not chosen to let him sleep? And that usually shuts my mind up. That usually ends the conversation in my head because the conversation's always questioning my decisions. The conversation's always about criticizing myself for the things that I could have done, telling myself I should have tried harder, telling myself things that I could have afforded to try harder for him. But what really ends up like shutting all those voices up is telling myself like, oh, he would have gone through so much. He was 21 years old. He was so old. The things that you would have put him through would have been awful. And so you did it for him. You did it for love. We all do it for love. What would you say is the best drink for a bad day? Because it snowed to my knee. Oh my God, James, it is April. It's spring. Why is it snowing like this for you? Drink for a bad day. Maybe if it's snowing, a hot toddy. I would recommend a hot toddy. Hot toddies are delicious. Good for a snowy day. Hello, Emily. Besides the story, I work at a vet's office, and I always say it's not the loss of the love from the creature, but also the memories and years alongside of it. Much love to Paco's family at a cockatiel named Charlie. From when I was a mom, from when my mom was 13 to when I was 16. Oh my God. He was 27 when he died. Oh my goodness, Paco was a fully grown adult. I consistently forget how long birds live. Genuinely. Much love to Charlie as well. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Don't you call our hosts weak? Most people shy away from facing feelings, let alone feelings of others. Our host is beefy strong emotionally. My heart's got 8-pack. my heart can flex. I watch you for the piss jokes and the talk of melon crimes. Higa fans like, I'm not here for this. This is not. I don't endorse this behavior. Luna, thank you so much for the 10-month resub. It is so hard. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Crying is contagious, just like yawning. All of the vets I've ever worked with say different things, but it is always the kindest and most loyal choice, even if it's the hardest choice. It's the kindest thing to know that in their final moments, they were warm, comforted, and surrounded by love. That part matters to me a lot, that he was like, I came home to him he had a seizure. I came home and he was scared because he had a seizure when I wasn't home. And so I sat with him for about 12 hours on the couch. And he had another one, and I held him in my arms while he had a second one. And I didn't know what to do, so I drove him to the emergency room. And it really does matter to me so much that he didn't pass away alone. You know, he didn't pass away while I was gone. That would have killed me, I think. That would have ruined me for life. That's years worth of therapy I would have had to go to. Bunny, welcome. I'm sorry you came in at big feelings. Epicule, welcome. You came in while we're having big feelings. I'm sorry. What was going through my mind. We had the options to do surgery. I knew what would wait for him. I couldn't watch that happen to him, but I feel like I failed. Yeah, it's the exact feeling. It's that exact feeling. Be strong, Moth. Be strong. Emily put it into words so beautifully. It's the most loyal choice, even if it is the hardest choice. We live with the repercussions of that choice because of how much we love them and because of how much they brought us. And we carry that like guilt, and we carry that feeling with us, and we carry that like throughout the rest of our lives. And I truly do believe, I think part of what like has helped me get try to embrace this idea is that I carry this weight with me, because that's the price I have to pay to have such lovely company, to have spent so many years with such a beautiful animal and formed such a close bond with him. And I continue to feel this way for Melon and for all the pets I will ever have, is that there is a price to pay, and that price is the responsibility we take for their quality of life and their care. Mama Ho sounds like a sweet soul. I always make sure I have tissues on me when I go to the vet, because what I needed the most of the first time I put a dog down was tissues, but had none. Oh, that's so... Phoenix Fire gets me, and it really gets me when you try to be there for people in ways that you wish somebody was there for you. Thank you for doing that. That's so lovely of you. It's been almost 2 years since I lost Hayate suddenly. It doesn't feel like it's been 2 years. Oh my goodness, Fiona. I can't believe it's been almost 2 years. She was an irreplaceable energy in my life. To this day, I still break down over it. I spent last Halloween uncontrollably sobbing because it was her birthday. The pain of loss will never leave you, but grief itself is a branch of love, which means that love is greater, and the joy of having them in your life is at all is worth the pain. Yes, absolutely. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. When I lost my first cat, people are always like, are you gonna be ready? Are you gonna have another animal? Like, is it worth, like people are like, is it worth it? Is it worth like so much money and vet bills, and is it worth the heartbreak? And I'm like, absolutely, it's worth it. It's so worth it. It's so worth having them in your lives. Emotional support. Thanks, Mr. Thanks for being here for us.
Thanks, Mr.
Yum 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 yum. Okay, let's hold on. Let me move away from behind Parker here. I'm sad. Okay, I won't make you sad anymore. Sorry, no more sad. I'm gonna take a sip of my water and then we're gonna like suck all the tears back in my face. Money cannot cover what they come to mean to us. Exactly. My old cat had a big medical emergency, and this was like, so he lived until he was 21. Or no, he didn't live until he was 21. He lived 21 years with me. He was a stray that we picked off the street, so I didn't even know how long he's lived before the 21 years that he spent with us. He was kind of a champion, but like this was like maybe 8 years before he passed away. He had a big medical emergency. For those of you who are familiar with, cat health and all that, he had a urethral blockage. There was like crystal buildup inside of his urethra, and he couldn't pee. And so there was like a dangerous, toxic amount of potassium that was building up in his blood by virtue of him not being able to expel it through urination. And so it was a terrible and terrifying medical emergency. And when I brought him to the emergency room, his emergency bill was going to cost, I think before his hospitalization bills, his emergency room bills were going to be $4,500. And it was a staggering amount for me because I was in college at the time. I wasn't working full time. I couldn't afford it. And I had to ask my parents for money. And it was awful, and they didn't hesitate. They hadn't hesitated at all, and they supported and they paid that bill for me. And the audacity of some of the people that I confided in at the time. I was in my early-ish 20s. Yeah, I was in my early 20s at the time. Confided in some people about this incident, and they were like, "Was it worth it? Like, could you not have just gotten another cat?" And I was like, "Do not speak to me." Get out of my sight. I will be less angry at you next time I see you, maybe, once I've forgotten that you've said this to me. Don't say... I think some people who've never had pets will, like, say stuff like that. Or, like, people who, like, yeah, there's people who don't know what it's like to have a pet. Awful. Don't say that. I was also in college, and I feel like college students shouldn't be, like, trusted to have emotional literacy, so forgive those people for saying that to me. I don't hold it against them, but it was a really shocking thing to hear from people. But yeah, I'm giving my cat extra cuddles right now. Please give your cat one kiss from each of us. When my family's Frenchie passed, he was also seizing. My mom, grandma, and youngest sibling all came together at the family house. My mom had a coworker who helped with laying animals to rest. The passing was peaceful, and we all sobbed, even though all of us said goodbye to multiple animals. It often seems like it made us closer. Yeah. I think the act of like being able to see them off in a context where they're very comfortable also is something that I really value, because I haven't been able to do that with a lot of pets that I've had the honor of being able to care for. Things have sort of come up in a more emergency context for most of the animals I've had time with, and so I really like value, and I would like really, these things it's not something you can plan for, but for me the ideal way is to make sure they're home and comfy and somewhere where they can see all their loved ones, right? When I first lost my childhood dog, it really did help to remember she wasn't alone, how we did the best we could for her, and that she knew how much we loved her. She always tried to console me when I was sad, so I knew she would want to be the cause of that sadness and help me remember her with a smile even when I'm crying. Aww. You have a good dog that consoles you. Melon fucks off when I cry. Sometimes I cry and he's like, I don't want to be in the same room. I need to go. He would like paw at the door and be like, let me out. I don't want to be here for this. I didn't sign up for this. Not the cat BB crystals. Yes, Fish, you know about them. Happy you caught it early. I had the same issue with one of my cats. Luckily, a change of food and some anti-inflammatory fixed the issue because we caught it early. Yeah, we had to change his diet later on as well. It was a kidney. It's a kidney issue. Ewan, welcome back for 52 months. Thank you for the resub. I can't think of anything clever. Snickerdoodles. The dog or the cookies? Or maybe both. Not friends anymore. Not friends, actually. Not anymore. They were college classmates, so I don't even. I don't know what they're up to anymore. I'm gonna be eternally grateful that I came home when I did. We think she had a heart attack that just took out her entire system, and I was able to hold her as she passed. Oh, what a blessing! What a blessing that you were there for her. I'm so grateful for the way you and the community embraced me in the aftermath. I know, it was devastating for you. That's why I said I can't believe it was 2 years ago, Fiona. It feels like it was more recent than that. It was such a significant event in your life. It was the most devastating loss I've ever experienced. Having y'all be so kind made it significantly easier to work through my feelings. I'm happy. I'm really, really glad to hear that. I don't want you guys to be shy about sharing things like this. I think that my experience with grief has been very. I don't know if everyone else is exact. I think it's a personal journey. But I feel like sometimes when you're able to, like, grief is so specific to every single person. I feel like oftentimes you can't really find people to relate to, but the small chances, the small windows of opportunity you're able to find with people to relate to in these experiences helped me heal immensely. Which is why I kind of want to make sure you guys always have space to do that. Everyone kiss your pets on their little heads. Yes, one kiss for each kitten, please. As a college student who can't afford a cat, and I cry from hearing folks put their animal down. I have big emotions. Big emotions are good. They're good. It's good to feel. What is the point of being alive if you're not feeling? Some pets are so in tune, and some are just like, stop forcing me to feel your feelings. I didn't consent to this. Yeah, Melon hates it when I make noises that are not talking. If I sing, he's like, oh, Jesus Christ. When I cry, he's like, what the hell is that sound coming out of your face? My dog would not be around me if I cried. He was so awkward. It's so funny. I had a boss once who I knew was evil. Sorry, that's so funny, buddy. Because he once told a coworker of mine whose pet died, what's the problem? Pets are like furniture. If one breaks, you just get a new one. Oh, get out of here. Oh my God. Take his teeth. Everybody sick him. Wow. Pluck the teeth directly from his gums. I don't think he deserves them. That's awful. I understand that some people see animals as accessories, as less than a family member, and I'm not here to say if it's right or wrong, because people can live their lives however they want. But I think when it gets to the point where it really, like, whether or not you cherish something versus whether or not you're treating something well and making sure it has a good quality of life is something that you can separate. And so I think that on that basis, it's like, okay, you can think however you want. But when it starts to converge at the point where it affects like the quality of the care that they're getting and the quality of life that they're living, that's when I think I have a opposition to that philosophy or to that way of thinking. Everyone, he is so sweet about Parker. I love seeing him up there. That's my boy. He's very handsome. I agree. He also has this interesting thing that I really love. Melon also does this. He doesn't like fold his limbs. He just lets them hang. Melon also just lets his limbs hang. He never folds in on himself. He just takes up as much space as he wants. Parker's doing that same thing. I love it. It makes him look so relaxed and kind of like goober-like, you know? Having this conversation before we play OTD is kind of messing with my head, since I feel like this case will have a ton to say about family. We're just pre-gaming. We're pre-gaming. Zero heart, yeah. Take his teeth. To the Iron Maiden with that one, yes. Brazen Bull. Mods impregnate him. I think I told you guys this, but I accidentally caused one of my IRL friends to start using the word mods, and she uses it to refer to her husband. She thought I told her about the mods impregnate him thing, and she thought it was so funny, and she digested that joke for about a week, and then she started calling her husband mods. I bought tickets for us for an event, and she was like, oh, thank you for inviting us. That was so nice of you. Mods, pay them back. Mods, transfer them money for the tickets. And I think it's really funny and really cute. I can't wait. I can't wait for her to command mods to do other things. I can't wait to hear her say, like, mods, grab the pan. Grab the pan from underneath me. Mods, do the dishes. Tears sucked back in. Banui, where's this X-Boss? We just want to talk. It's don't worry about the pliers in our hands. We say as we hide them behind our backs. I lost my Boston Terrier Maxie back in October. That's so recent, Ms. Bohr. He was 11. He was so ill, I made the decision to put him down. He started getting worse 3 hours before his appointment when everything was set and done. The vet mentioned he wasn't sure how he made it. I know in my heart he was hanging on because I couldn't stop crying. I'm grateful I was able to hold him and tell him to rest. Oh. Oh. Thank you for sharing that with us, Ms. Bohr. I had a very similar experience with an animal as well, where he was holding on and not quite letting go, not in a persistent way, but in a way that broke all of our hearts. And when we brought him to the vet, we had kind of a similar feedback from the vet as well, and so that made me think of him. I'm sorry for your loss, Ms. Bohr. What was his name? What was your Boston Terrier Maxie? Oh, Maxie. Maxie is the name. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I wish I knew how to read. Maxie. If we cry all our tears now, we won't have any left to cry at the familial themes of this case. And that's how it works. Yeah. Exactly. We're getting rid of our refractory period. Getting rid of our, like, tear duct refractory period. My workplace has we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 public bathrooms because it's a big building. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. No, 8 of them. One of them recently has this issue where it has a weak flush. It's got low T. It's got weak flush. And so if one person uses it and comes out and another person goes into immediately afterwards to use it, they won't be able to flush it. But all you have to do is give it 5 minutes to, like, work up an appetite again. I don't know. I feel wrong saying that about a toilet. You just have to give it like 5 minutes. And so everybody would, like, be like, oh, that toilet's broken again. And, like, on Monday, I came into work and I knew of that problem. And so every time someone would put the sign up, I would just wait 5 minutes, go in there, and wiggle its little flushing thing around again, and it would be fixed. And then I would take the broken sign down. And so I kind of had, like, I was like, once and for all, let's clarify this with all my coworkers. And so I came in on Monday, they were like, it's broken again. And I was like, guys, it's not broken. And I tried to find a very, like, succinct way to describe this phenomenon. I was like, and like the first thing that came, it was like 8:30 in the morning. I was like, it's the toilet. It just has, like, a long refractory period. It needs, like, a break after. If you've used it once, you need to leave it alone. Like, if you see that, we should have, like, a timed lock on it. And I think I drove some of my coworkers nuts with that one. I don't think they expected to hear refractory period used on a toilet. But it's true, right? Like, you flush it once and it needs to be like, it needs to, like, catch its breath a little bit. That's a refractory period. Toilet redeemers, cool down. No. We need a timed lock for it. I think that the doors need to shut, and then it needs to, like, count down 5 minutes, and then they'll reopen. That's my solution to that problem. I don't know. Is that a fixable problem? I'm not a plumber. I diagnose the issues. I don't fix them. 1 bathroom, 7 private cry closets. Wow. Okay. In this economy, privileged.
The toilet has a long refractory period. Ugh.
His wife is not happy with his performance. Sounds like an issue with its flapper. Do you think so? With the wiggly bit? Is that the issue? Sounds like the flapper. It's not filling correctly because the flapper isn't plugging in all the way. Oh, listen to that. Oh my goodness. Toilet experts in the Starlight Host Club. Hello? I had no idea. So the flapper is a real part of the toilet's anatomy, is what you're telling me? You guys not have someone you can call for the building? We do, but because it's a company building, it functions a little bit on, like, if it's not completely broken, then we're not going to get that part replaced kind of thing, And it's also that particular toilet exists in a staff area, which I am convinced is why it's not being immediately fixed. It's because it's not affecting any of the people who spend money in this business, It's not affecting any of their clients, so. Oh, you work in a hardware store, so you're intimately familiar with the anatomy of a toilet. I see. Thank you for your expertise. On that note, because we love transitioning from toilet talk directly into talking about foods, let's scrandle. Ruzapalooza, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Where's my music? Hello? Okay, there it is. You guys hear this? This is my first time here and I'm reeling from the jump in conversations. This is great. Hi, Mooching. Welcome. How are you, Mooching? How you doing? Thanks so much for stopping by, saying hello, and Ruzapalooza as well. Welcome in. I hope you have a lovely stay. I'm sorry. Today's, like, I think our conversation topics do jump, but today's was a little bit more drastic than other days, for sure. I can't guarantee that we won't do it again. We will do it again, actually. I hope you're okay with that.
Skarn. It's time to Skarn.
Daily. Okay, so this is our bonus round. Oh my, what is that? Why is it so wet? This is a soup. You can slurp it. You can like put your mouth up to that, and I don't know what is. It's loaded fries. It's got gravy. It's got cheese. I don't know. It's just got so much liquid. It's very soupy. A long dog? What kind of long dog? Or like we're talking hot dog long dog, or like a long dog? It's sloppy. Yeah, it is pretty sloppy. Onion bhajis sound really good. They are $7 for like not a lot, but I would rather have that than the soup. This is a bonus round, so we can just pick whatever we want. Sloptown FC 2024. Thanks for voting. You want that in you? You want the soup? Pie, mashed peas, and gravy. No. What is the... Oh, it's beef heart. Wait, I've never had beef heart before. Oh, ooh, I don't think this would be the popular choice, but I'm super into offal and innards. I'm all about the insides. I'd eat it as long as you had a spoon. You'll drink the gravy and the cheese. I'm still searching for the pic of Paco, but I think I'll send it to you from your next stream. Yes, of course. Whenever you want. Just say the word. Could also be an illusion. The previously melted cheese could be totally solidified. That's totally true. When you melt cheese and it like re-solidifies and it looks like a liquid, but you just like lift it in its entirety off the food that you're eating. Is it a corpse? At first it was concerning. Now that I know it's grilled beef heart, I'm interested. It's only $2.15. I would try it. I don't think everyone else would, but I would. Dorky's an adventurous eater just like me. Chicken and gammon pie with gravy. What is the green... Why does it have like a jewel embedded in it? Why does it have whole? Mince and onion pie. Neither of these look very pleasant. I think the chicken and gammon pie looks a little bit better than the other one, but... green is not a color I want to see on a pie. Sound off as a Chinese person saying beef heart is tasty, but in my defense, it's tasty. I love chicken hearts, and so I have reason to believe that I'll probably love beef hearts too. Although, okay, as a person who is a pretty adventurous eater and like enjoyer of like gamey meats, one thing that I think this one's actually pretty widely accepted as a normal food item. I'm actually not very comfortable with. I don't eat tongue. Beef tongue is really uncomfortable for me to eat. I think it really actually tastes like it is a tongue, and so I'm uncomfortable with the texture, and it's a texture thing. It's a texture thing for me. The texture and the chewing experience of having another tongue in your mouth that's not yours. You know, it wakes me out. It works me out. I don't eat tongue. You don't eat beef tongue either? Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Yeah. There's words. I think they like branded this pie. That's so kinky. I'm choosing the pie. Over the years, I've warmed up to innards. I think the pH changed me after having non-grainy feeling liver in my pancit. Oh, I love liver. What's the Bluesky, what's that one? When I went to visit the Philippines, I had the chicken intestines. What is it called? And they put it on a stick in a funny pattern. It was really good. I can't remember what it's called. That was really good, though. Posted a picture of Corbin in the Discord with the host behind him. Me and Corbin? Corbin featuring me? Oh, baby! Corbin is so sleepy. Oh, sleepy Corbin. He's so sleepy. Oh, Lunar, your puppy. Oh my goodness, your dog is so cute. The most innocent little faces. My God. Oh, the pet channel is a blessing. I realized recently, I was like, oh, I forgot to post melon pictures recently. I need to make sure you guys are up to date with the Maloney. Oh, Isao! Yes, 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 that's the one. Isao, yes, intestines. I love intestines. Tika Nan. And donuts with Nutella, marshmallows, and cream. This one would put me into a coma. I'm not much of a donut person, but I must admit it looks quite good. Oh, I do love me a Tika Nan though. I feel like it's gonna be the donuts. I feel like the donuts are gonna win. I eat pig tongue. It's soft and doesn't feel like a tongue at all, and then it's sliced. Really, I've never had pig tongue before. Maybe I should try. Thank you for the watch streak. Welcome back for 20 streams, Ion. Thank you. Oh, I love marrow. Oh my god, I would go cuckoo for some marrow. My grandma fed me a lot of bone marrow growing up. She used to make like soup stock, and then she would take out all the bones, and she would very meticulously use like a small paring knife and chopsticks to get all the residual meat off the bones, and then she would put it on in a plate, and then she would come over to me and I would be playing. I'd be doing my thing as a kid, rolling around in the mud or whatever. And then she'll call me over, and then I would like, between playing with my toys or just like being a kid, between my childly activities, she would call me over and I would like eat little bits of the meat that she is like very meticulously gotten off the bone, the deboned meat. And then that includes a little bit of bone marrow as well. She would feed us. I remember her asking me, she was like, are you gonna eat this? Are you brave enough to eat this? And that's what gets a child, is you challenge them. Are you brave enough to? I'm like, yeah. How old do you think I am? I'm 2. Put that shit in my mouth. So I was conditioned to eat a lot of stuff like that when I was a kid. You know, it's an underrated Filipino food. Oh, Betamax. Betamax is the blood, right? Is that the one? Betamax I had a little bit of trouble with. I've had blood before, but Betamax I was a little bit like, ooh, that's a little gamey for me. I've had a lot of other kinds of blood that I was very, very happy with though. So Betamax was like, I think on the spectrum of gamey blood-based foods, Betamax is like on the top for me. I recently had a conversation with friends about eating blood, which I've also warmed up to. Eating... Oh, dinuguan. Wait, dinuguan is the blood one. Then what's Betamax? Are they both blood? Dinuguan is the it's like curry, but it's made out of blood, right? It's like kind of a slurry that you put over rice. Betamax I had a little bit of issues with. What's the difference? I feel like maybe I've gotten both of them mixed up. I'm gonna choose the donuts. Oh, fuck! What? Wait, 5%? Oh no, we lost by long dog. Oh, I love a bratwurst. Hold on. I do love me a bratwurst. Pork ramen. Oh, fuck. Well, that's gonna win. This is Japan. In a chicken... Wait. Pork ramen in a chicken broth? Oh, Ion, thank you so much for the... What's going on? $30 tip. Thank you. For this sponsor, for my sponsor goal, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Where did that go? They're both blood. Dinuguan is the stew. Oh, okay, so Betamax is solid? Thank you, Ion. Both look really good, honestly. I would opt for the bratwurst. Pork ramen and a chicken broth. That sounds wrong. That sounds like they did something wrong there. Betamax is solidified pig blood that you then you barbecue it. Oh, I don't think I've tried Betamax then. I've tried dinuguan. Dinuguan is the one that I had trouble with. It's the hot dog the long way. Speaking of hot dog the long way, Bisky wanted a long dog, and I think I missed your clarification. Is it a hot dog or is it a dog? I decided that dropping $1 a day got annoying. I'm doing 30 a month. Are you paying tithe? Are you tithing to the Church of Starlight House Club? Thank you, Ion. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the tip. That's really funny. I want the bratwurst. I feel like the ramen's gonna win, but I want the bratwurst. Big sausage wins. Dog of the hot variety. Okay, you got it. Sorry about the wait, Bisky. Let's get... Oh, wow. Apparently I haven't been to Irestoya in a while. I wonder if I have this already. Buh. Buh. Okay. Now we dog up. Oh my god, what if we put it right here so it looks like Mr. Ababa is like lusting after the dog. Like, let me at it. Both of these will send me to the ER, like in a good way. Homemade chicken curry with chips. Yum. Oh, that's like my favorite consistency of curry. Like it's like I'm like not a fan of like liquidy curry. I'm a fan of it if it's like a little drier. That's perfect. Loaded nachos. Oh my god, that looks so good. Stop. I want both. Can I have like half and half? Can we do a half and half? These both look so good. Is that an option? Because I would choose that denomination. Pay my tithe to host. You guys want me to add it? No, you know what? No, I'm not. Oh my gosh, no, I can't do that. I can't do that to you. That's... I don't know if you guys saw recently, but Northern Lion, in an attempt to prevent people from using the gigantify an emote thing, made it so you have to pay $100 to gigantify an emote, and then people kept doing it, and then he's like, where does the $100 even go? And they're like, bro, it goes to you. It goes to the street. You get $100. I mean, he's like, oh, I see. Try something similar to Betamax in Vietnam, and instead of pig blood, they use duck blood. Oh, I've had duck blood. I love duck blood. I had it in I think it was Chinese food. Yeah, maybe it was Hong Kongese. I can't remember. The spices in there are different. Both still have a stank from the blood. Yes, there is. Yeah, the gaminess like never quite goes away, I feel like. Also, hi, Daifuku, welcome. How about soup curry? Soup curry is good, but it's not always like on the forefront of my cravings. You know what I mean? But also, welcome. How are you? How was your Easter weekend? And curry's making me act up. I know, it looks so good. The other day I had baozi and Peking duck. Oh, I love Peking duck. It's the thin, with the crispy skin. Yeah. Loaded nachos. That is, like, I know, it's so wet. Like, none of these chips, these are like gonna be floppy ass chips. I'm doing the curry. I gotta. Yes, everybody else thought the same. Smoked brisket roll with chips for $11. Hot dog with 2 drinks for Wait, I gotta practice using my sound effects. Where's my $40.20? Are they also gonna suck me off? Like, what's happening? Where's the $40 going? That's crazy. Like, okay, part of the cost has to be this collectible cup on the right-hand side. You guys are seeing this, right? Like, fuck-ass cups like these are always, like, $26 to keep the cup as a souvenir. It's like, I don't want it. Let me just have a drink. At Peking Duck place in Yokohama that only served the crispy skin. Oh my god, that's awful. That's like a sin. That's like a cardinal sin. You know, when people are like, oh, we only want the marshmallows in Lucky Charms, and so they started selling huge bags of just the marshmallows. That's a cardinal sin. That's greed. That's greed. That's a biblical example of greed. For that price, I better be the 2 drinks. I know, yeah, I better be getting 2 blowies. Hi, Kenji, welcome. How are you? Yes, the cup is not even cute. Hello? Hi, Biku, welcome.
Ayai. Hiiragi cardinal sinning.
Hiiragi. Thanks for the biddies. Welcome in, Biku. How are you? Yeah, this cup ain't even cute. You know the cups that you get in Vegas? The really tall ones that are like the height of a toddler? Those are kind of, worth... They're at least, like, funny. I'm picking the Smisket roll. Bacon... Pulled pork baguette. That's a dick pic. This is another dick pic. The bacon cheeseburgers. This is my favorite like genre of Scrandle pictures. Is like awful picture of food set against like the backdrop of the game, and then the food is like not the focus of the picture. Bonus points if it's barely visible. That's my favorite. The bacon looks so sad. Yeah, it's been there for, I think they pre-made it and then wrapped it, and then they kept it in the foil for a little too long, so it's like steamed in its own heat. The pulled pork baguette looks good, if not for the fact that it's like, it's very dick picky. The pulled pork love with the nice baguette. Yeah. It sounds like it sounds a little bit like a Vietnamese sub, but like a twist on a Vietnamese sub. The cheeseburger looks miserable. It wants to die. I'm gonna choose the dick pic. I'm reminded of those adult video edits where it looks like they're eating sandwiches instead. Yeah. Like it's like Subway sandwiches or like Dr. Pepper. I love the Dr. Pepper edits. I've never had Dr. Pepper. And so my only impression of how Dr. Pepper tastes is those edits where people like put a can of it in place of the erect penis. I'm good. I'm back from spring break. Where were you? Where did you go? Here to visit the best host on Twitch. Oh, thank you, Kenji. Where was your vacation? Where'd you go? You threw it away? Oh, I forgot to do a price check on it. I don't remember how much it was. Bought me if it was mid. Oh my god. Pork bap. What does bap mean? What's a bap? Bap to me is what happens when my cat hits me with his paw. Pork bap. Double cheeseburger. Double cheeseburger. With sausage and bacon. Yum. That looks really good. Wow. Sounds like my wife burger. Hi, your son, Shovel. Thanks for the hydrating this stretch, Stella.
Ooh, pork bap. More poo-poo, yeah.
More of my mom's favorite. I don't think I've told you guys this. Have I told you guys this? I can't remember if this has happened before because it feels familiar, but I also feel like maybe I just learned it for the first time today. My mom has 2 phones because she's a freak. No, it's because when she goes back to visit family, she has 1 phone that has a different SIM card installed. She's got 2 phones and a tablet. She's an iPad kid. All 3 of them all went off with some sort of notification today at the same time. And she's like old. And so she has the volume turned up all the way. And I was like, why are all of your devices yelling at me? And she's like, oh, I set a calendar reminder if I have a day off tomorrow. And I set it for like around 5 to 6 p.m. So I remind myself that I have a day off tomorrow. And it gives me like a big boost in serotonin so I can like have a really good night. And I was like, that's so cute. You're so funny for that. She gets like a calendar reminder going like, day off tomorrow. She's like, hell yeah. It was so cute. And I like can't take notifications, so like that's not something I would do, but I thought it was cute that she would go out of her way to remind herself, like, you know, yeah, tomorrow you got nothing going on tomorrow. Here's a notification to remind you got nothing. iPad Bachan, that's her. She loves her devices. 92.8% for the Bergie. Wow. Ribman Pie. Who is Ribman? Which Metal Gear Solid game is he in? With mash, mushy peas, and gravy. Bread with onion and paprika for 85 cents. What is this called again? There's a specific name for this. Hungarian onion bread. It looks good. I feel like I should try it. I think the pie is going to win. This is a very good-looking pie. I don't care much for the pea mash, but it's a good-looking pie. I'll say it. Yeah, unfortunately. Onion toast, paprika toast just doesn't, like... It's not grammable enough, you know? Done with dinner. What was on the menu today? What's in the tumby? Station plat? Oh, nuts. I will not. Thank you very much. I think I gotta go for the stadium plat. Stadium plat? Ribman is what Kojima would call Eve if you... layers of humor to this because if Kojima was God, and Ribman's a really good one. I like that. If Kojima wrote the Bible and also like it's yaoi, it's because he would. It's the stadium plat for me. Yeah. Get out of here, O-Nuts. I'll do what I want. 8 out of 10 is not bad. 10-inch scranner. Hell yeah, baby. Stir fry some noodles. Yeah. I love noodles. Oh my goodness. I love fried noodles and fried rice are like, I don't know, it's crazy. They're like way better than the sum of their parts. Something about frying a carb that makes it really slap. When I was a kid, I had appetite problems. I would just never eat enough to promote any growth. I was malnutritioned. I had malnutrition not because of what was provided to me, but because of like my own like appetite. But one thing that would always get me to eat a whole meal's worth of like the caloric recommendations, like hit my calorie recommendations as a kid, was fried rice. I was nuts about fried rice. Hi, boss. Hello, Scython. How are you? Welcome. Hello, hello. I like me some fried rice, but noodles depends. If I want crunchy, yes, some fried noodles. Caramelized noodles. Hi, Minnie. How are you? Welcome. That word you're looking for is malnourished. Thank you. Malnutritioned. I tried. I was very close. But yes, I was super malnourished. But again, not because of what was provided for me, because I was very well provided for. It was my own body working against me. Anyway, we scranned. It is time to leave Scran. I need to take a quick break before we start Of the Devil, because I have a cup of coffee in front of me, and I've basically downed all of it. And you know what happens when you drink coffee? Good piss. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll play some ads as well, and I'll be when we come back, we'll start the rest of Chapter 2 of the Devil. We're pretty sure we're going to finish today. According to some experienced kittens, we're going to finish today. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Don't mind the ads. They will be over before I come back. Oh, Tawui, beloved. I love Tawui. What's that girl's name from Tawui again? She's got like magenta hair, and she's a reaper. She's got the turtleneck and the short shorts. Can't remember her name. She was peak though. Her design was peak. Uzuki, yes. Shiki? Shiki's the main girl. She's one of the main girls, not her. Would you like to know what the biggest thing in fiction is? Yes, please. Thank you for the welcome back. Not Shiki, unfortunately. Shiki's got the big hat, tiny waist. I remember her. It's one of the characters that give you a hard time. He started by saying maroon hair. Yes, it's pinker. It's like magenta-ish. The swimmers from Doctor Who. I haven't watched enough Doctor Who to know. I'm very, very selective about my viewership of Doctor Who. Who are the swimmers from Doctor Who? Tawui is my trigger words. I activate like the Winter Soldier. Did you ever play that second one? I never did. I don't know anything about it. I'm just wondering if it was good. Let's turn off game BGM. Let's get game capture going. The Reaper duo, yes. So it's Uzuki. She's the one with the peak outfit, and then the other one is the one that's like the math. No, not the math guy. He's the guy with the glasses. I can't remember what his character quirk was. Clearly wasn't interesting enough for me. And then there's the math guy. Can't remember his name. Minamoto? I can't remember his name. Math man. I didn't like it as much, but I still enjoyed my time with it. My like opinion about Tawui is I feel like it really lives and thrives in the form factor that it was given in the DS, and it unfortunately did not do as well when it wasn't on like a handheld with 2 screens. How is audio? Does that sound good to you guys? I need to adjust my self-monitoring, make sure I turn that up so I can hear stuff. Okay. Tawui Neo is a pretty good game, but not nearly as good as the first. Very hard to live up to that legacy, but if you go in without that expectation, that's good enough. Yeah. I think the expectation part is important. Guy with the glasses being Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic. He's in Tawui? Show, that's his name. That's right, that's the math guy. Audio's fine, thank you. Thanks for the sound check. Kant Enu. To put it simply, they're beings that reside in the spaces between universes. They're so large that next to a swimmer, a universe looks like a tiny breadcrumb. Oh, and they are living beings? Is that correct? Or are they of a different nature of existence? It feels weird on one screen. Yeah, the DS, when the DS was like, I feel like it's a little presumptuous to say that the DS has died, but it effectively has died from the corporate point of view. When the DS died, I was actually quite sad about it because I feel like those of us who lived and thrived during its heyday experienced a very unique form factor in gaming that is not, sure, like to say that the dual screen format is never going to come back is a big statement, but it won't come back without a little bit of effort. You know what I mean? We lived and we got to see this very unique form factor thrive, and really make history. And I feel like having experienced that bit of like history and having seen how much like unique storytelling and like unique gaming experience you can give people with that form factor was a really a very special experience, and so that's why I felt sad about it. Of the Devil, sorry, I forgot to change my category. Of the Devil, this will be our last Of the Devil stream for a while, y'all. DS, it was the only console you had growing up. What was your favorite game on it? Tawui is a foundational game for me, changed my brain chemistry forever, and I feel like it like in every way possible, it deserves to have that title. It was a foundational game in both gameplay and storytelling and art style and music. And God, it was great. It was amazing. So sad. I know, sad it's gone now. I've seen a lot of like very cool mods obviously not endorsed by Nintendo, of making the Switch one basically into a really like cool fancy DS emulator, and I'm like, God, I wish that were me. You can always have another of the devil stream by drawing cunty fan art if you like. True! The lesbians? The lesbians? I don't have time to draw fan art right now. I'm working on a lot of art things behind the scenes, but maybe if I have a little bit more time, I would love to. That's a great idea. Living beings, though they do exist in higher dimensions, I'm not entirely sure if the life is 100% accurate as far as what we classify life is concerned. That's true. It's like the Great Ones in Bloodborne. Death doesn't hold them the same meaning for them. Yes, that's true. I immediately thought of Bloodborne, and I also thought of like the beings in Interstellar, where it's like, are they human at that point? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me see. Pokemon Diamond. Oh, with the mining that you can do, the tink 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 tink, with your stylus. Oh gosh, the stylus. Oh, what a great console. A moment of silence for the Nintendo dual screen. Double screen? Dual screen. Why is Emma looking at me like that? Emma, what do you mean? Hi, Blake. Welcome. You missed the bunny invasion. Good thing the VOD is up. Welcome in, Blake. Happy belated Easter to you. Runner-up was Phantasy Star. I didn't touch the I didn't touch the Phantasy Star that was on the DS. I've played another Phantasy Star though. Am I a lesbian? I wouldn't say that I'm a lesbian. I do enjoy women. Yeah, Kenji's got it. Kenji, how did you know? Kenji's like the lore keeper of the host club. Kenji knows a lot. Thank you, Kenji. I am Pan. I'm not a picky eater. Can I get an ooh? The Hostorian? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Emma's looking at me weird and I don't know why. Oh, you guys, I like made a filter specifically for 80 because I was like, I can't just continue this game without a filter that sounds at least a little bit like the filter that I had in my last system. So hopefully it sounds okay. Hold on, let me turn monitoring on because I feel like this part I'll need to listen to myself for. There we go. Sounded like the finale. Hello. Hi, Eddie.
Test. Hello. Give me 1 second here. Ouch! Loud! But wait, that almost sounds like... Oh my god! An alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. Oh my god, wait, I love this track! Hold on, I think this is a little loud. Okay. Is the audio still okay? We're turning it up for myself a little bit.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the filter. Might be. Robo Morgan, no! Turn it off for 80 and then on for Morgan, no! Oh no! Is it on or off now? Hold on. This is hard. You guys, streaming is so hard. Off? Okay, thank God. This is so strange. Okay. Hello? It's off? Okay. Where's your ponytail? I can have it on sometimes and I can also take it off sometimes. It's an accessory. It's fake. It's not real. I'm just kidding. The filter seems a lot more filtered than in previous streams. Yeah, I had a preset in my previous setup, which I didn't actually have a lot of wiggle room to tweak. It was just a preset that was labeled robot, and I could increase its intensity and I could turn down its intensity. But not much I can do past that. But these two are 2 VSTs that I've like basically daisy chained together for hopefully a similar effect. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The fact surrounding Tarek Chopin's death still stands. Sosuke Ikeria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikeria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense has theorized fleeting suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Just need to make sure you guys know I'm turning it all the way up. Connects crime scene to room immediately below street ladder missing. Oh, the reading. Classified documents hard to copy, easy to destroy. Arrested with numerous injuries, cut on left-hand finger, bruises and welts, otherwise... bruises, welts, otherwise. My knife, found scorched in alley barrel, AB negative, B negative, and A positive blood. I stabbed Miller in the throat with it. Okay.
Money.
We only do all-ins. That's the only option when we have to do this. Wait, what's the question? Chopin must have been stabbed with a katana. Okay. I hope Han isn't guilty. An AA game would easily make her the co-culprit. I think it was established right before the end of the previous stream that Chopin was not guilty. She could not have. Meowster host, may you turn the game audio down? Yes, 5%. Very specific feedback. Thank you. Is that good? Is that okay? Is this good? Lena Rain cooks so hard with this track and Emma's. Yeah, they're so good. It's good? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the sound check. Appreciate it.
Knife, 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 knife.
Is it my knife? Is it hashtag my knife? That's cherry on top. Good. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. Okay, it's time to... I was gonna say it's time to knife Emma. No, I don't want to knife Emma. So, Chopin must have been stabbed with a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is knife, because it has... Okay, it has the... I forgot we found his blood on the knife the other day. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes, but definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the ARCs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. Wait. You're basing this on the blood?
Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah.
It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was a result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. Hi, Melon. Hello. Hi. It's a good baby. Oh, hello. Do you want to sit? Do you want to cuddle? Hi. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, madam. Oh, baby. Felled? Did he almost felled? Hey, is he okay? Hey, is he okay? Oh. There we go. Okay.
Oh, you mean gone. Oh, big scratch, Melon. His scratch. Oh, scratching. Oh, scratching. Oh, get sniffed. Get sniffed, Melon. Get sniffed.
Sorry, I gotta smell my cat. Sato gives me Tai Takemi. Oh my god, I loved her. Who didn't, though, honestly? I feel like she was a awakening for a lot of people. You look like you're talking to him. I'm sniffing him. I'm realizing the mic can pick up Melon sneezes a lot louder now. Yeah, if he sneezes, you will be able to hear it. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, and then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with a sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound. Oh, that's macabre. I wonder who did that. Okay, ooh. Ugh. While utterly soaking the floor in their blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor. This may just be a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation of the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. Have a good lurk, Miss Boar. Thanks so much for hanging out. They needed the katana to frame Sosuke. They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke. Well, given the setup of this entire crime scene, they did not need it. He was smack dab in the middle of it. They did not need it to frame Sosuke. He could have stumbled out of that room, and that katana could not have been in that back, and he still would have been framed. Nope. I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Emma's sitting here going like, I could have killed better than this. I could have committed a better murder. Amateurs. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve?
Made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up.
Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink documents at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so that his blood would cover up the red ink docs. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for this stabbing. This idea of yours that Derek Chauvin was part of some kind of a conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. You what? Derek Chauvin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. his personality, his family, his goals. He'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client sought a police officer and would rather stab him than had to explain why he killed his captors? Something along those lines.
So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not?
That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. Who's our final witness? Is it Sosuke himself? Emma Rockford never committed murder, absolutely would have done a better job than whoever came after Morgan. I love Emma. I forgot that Sosuke's eye patch is off now. I can't believe they only give us one chapter, or not one, like 1/5 of a chapter's worth of time to see his other eye. I don't like this new voice for 80. I miss when we got the silver effect from Coffee Talk. Sorry, Ion. I don't have that same plugin anymore. It was proprietary to the previous setup. I could try to find some other filters, although, if I'm being very frank with you, real-time low latency effects on the microphone are a little bit difficult to find. New software allows me to basically import any VST into the software and real-time process it, but they say that. But the first thing that I did, I didn't tell you guys the story. First thing I did with this new software was I tried to open a relatively complex VST, and it immediately tried to repeatedly kill itself. Every time I reopened the app, it would realize that it had a VST plugged in that was like way too complex for it to like process on a real-time low latency basis, and it would kill itself. And then I had about like 2.5 seconds to press about 5 buttons to disengage the VST so that it stopped killing itself. I probably reopened the app like 10-15 times before I got to it in time. And so unfortunately, I can't, even though it does take VSTs and it processes them in real time, it is definitely more powerful than the previous one, but with a little bit of a trade-off. I don't have access to any of the proprietary plugins anymore from the previous setup, and the more complex ones, I mean, understandably, it can't be processed in real time. I know, mole for the world to see. Whore. Yeah, me too, Hige fan. I want to know what happened to the enlisted child. I said it before with Quincy and the eye bags plus Peck's combo, but Sosuke has it too. Yeah, poor guy's been in prison for a few days. He's seen better days. If it's 2 things stapled together, we can probably use one of the thing. We can, yes. Let me see which one I could take out. Which ones do I have? I have... Okay. How do you feel about the flanger? Not a fan. We don't like the flanger. Is that the part that's bothering everyone?
The other one's just a pitch shifter.
It's the best way that I could recreate that previous effect. I don't think I have anything else that... I guess I could keep the flanger, but I could maybe turn it down a little bit. Let's try that. Hold on 1 second. Where am I? Okay. Kill. Oh, I also had this on. Okay, interesting. I had a chorus effect on. How is this? Do we like this? Okay, flanger. I'll kill the flanger. Let me see here. This is so I thought I had two. It's 3 VSDs chained together. It's chorus, flanger, and a pitch shift. That's good. Okay, I'll keep the chorus. The flanger was very aggressive. I'm not really into the pitch shift. I'm generally not really into pitch shifting unless it's like layered with another effect. Let's get rid of those. Let's get that back here. Excellent. Delete that. Put that on as my shortcut. Okay, excellent. That's much better. Wait, hold on. I forgot to show you guys. I have a ton of I've been playing. I'm having a good time with my VSTs. Yeah. Isn't it cool as hell? What if I made it a redeem so I just talked in reverse for like a minute and none of you guys knew what I was talking about? Simple and clean. That's karaoke in reverse. Oh my god, I can support that redeem. Oh my gosh, hi Kina, welcome! Oh my goodness, how's your day going today? I just stumbled upon a chicken anime and I'm traumatized. What's a chicken anime?
Yeah. Yippee! What am I hearing right now? Don't worry about it. I learned a new language. My tongue has evolved. My tongue game is unreal. Chicken anime has NTR? What? What do you mean it has NTR? Hi, Gommi. Hi. How are you, Gommi? Let me move myself over here. Perfect. What's wrong with Jello? Hey, don't be mean. Don't be mean to me. I'm just a little guy. Oh, bye, Mellum. Mellum hates me. He hates me. Goodbye. I feel like Jello's trying to tell us something. The last thing I said was Og. How did Og sound backwards? Wait, let me do it again. Sound like a race car. Oh my god, I can... What if I did it backwards? What if I did it backwards? This is fun. Okay, stop fucking around. Stop it, you guys. We have things to do. We have a stream to stream. I have a game to finish. There was one of those clips that stayed with me despite never watching a minute of Love Live otherwise. Yeah, me too. I've never watched a full episode of Love Live. But not that one. Hi, waiters. Welcome. What were you up to? Hello. Fable anniversary. Reverse nika. Yeah. In Ogni. Waiters, turn away! Mew speaks evil. I do not. I've never spoken evil once in my life. Hello, waiters. Welcome. My name is Hiiragi Mew. We're playing a game called Of the Devil right now. It's a visual novel. It's got lesbians. It's pretty cool. We're almost caught up. We're on chapter 2 actually. If you don't want spoilers, I'll miss you. You can go. You can leave. I would understand. But yeah, don't let us spoil you. I know that one. How was your Thank you. Thanks for the raid. I'm having a good time tonight. No! With the underside. We're getting in the pack. Oh, let's take ibuprofen together, says the host. Will you take ibuprofen with the host? What medications will you abuse with the host of the Starlight Host Club? Yeah. Wait till let's go play of the Devil episode 0. It's free on steam.com.tv. Being good isn't worth it in Fable. Always be evil? Man, I don't know how to be evil. Whenever games are like, you can be both, you can be one or the other, I'm like, I can't be mean to these characters that don't exist. Ugh. I was at the laundromat suffering for being late to the stream. Oh, it's okay, Anderson. You're here. How is laundry? Laundry is necessary. I understand. So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the peppers. A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, After Watchers. No problem! Where is everybody, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday...
I'd rather not risk the integrity or celebrity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once.
Celebrity! Dude, I had no idea Rogers is gonna be back. Hi, Rennie! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream today, Rennie? Welcome, raiders! Oh, you were playing of the devil! That's right! Wait, don't spoil yourself. I know you're a little earlier than me. Unless you've caught up? I don't know. Everybody seems to be faster than me. I'm so slow all the time. Welcome, raiders! Nice to see you! My name is Hiiragi. I'm a host VTuber. We're playing Of the Devil, but we're a little bit ahead of Rennie, I think. We're in Chapter 2. We're on the end of Chapter 2, actually. Imagine Mew doing rooster fighting watch-along. Imagine me throwing Mew into a rooster fight. It's time this guy earned his rent. Fans, you've never been here before. I've never met you in my life. Fiona, welcome to the Starlight Host Club. Can I convince you to be a kitten? How was your stream today, Rennie? Does aphrodisiacs count as a drug? Are aphrodisiacs real? Are they a real class of medications? We finished episode 1 and knew Dr. Young did it, but wow, I didn't realize she had such a morally complex reason for it. Right? Oh, I'm so glad you walked away with the same takeaway. Yes, she is such an interesting character. I loved the ending of episode 1. Young definitely did it. I thought it was really funny that you were like, I think as soon as you met Dr. Young, you were like, it's her. It's absolutely her. She's so sus. I'm so glad that you came to that conclusion after chapter 1. All host models and outfits in a cockfight ring. Who wins? Yu-chan. There's no competition. None of us would hit a girl. She wins by default. She's the only one you should be putting money on. Also, hi, Kai for you. Welcome. Honey packets? Really? I've had plenty of honey in my life. They've never given me a boner. Am I broken or is the honey that I'm eating just bad? Aphrodisiacs are real, but I would call them being loved and feeling seen. Aphrodisiacs are real, and it's after you build your PC and you plug it in for the first time and it boots. Trust me, I've tried it. It works every time. Honestly, though, every time I put my PC back together and I plug it into the wall and I press the boot button and it boots, I'm like, oh yeah. They set up the red herring for being just jealous, but I called the second I saw her, I felt like they made her really suspicious. Yeah, the bathroom chat is such a good scene. I'm so glad you finished that chapter. I hope you had fun. Bad honey? Okay. For a second I imagined Yu-chan pulling up her dress sleeves and being super jacked and punching the host club into... Honestly, yeah, she would. That's probably also why she would win. Fiona's big EP, so I'll be heading out. Have a great stream, hosts and kittens. Big love to y'all. Have a good rest of your night, Fiona. Rest well. Thanks for hanging out. One thing I know about aphrodisiacs is that red bananas are used as an aphrodisiac juice. I've never had a red banana in my life. What's a red banana?
Speed! Trials gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. Thanks for the resub, Round Square. Welcome back for 3 months.
Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating? No, guess not.
Where do we leave off with this guy anyway?
I believe that lawyer over there just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. It was so much fun, and I can't wait to start Chapter 2 next week, so I will be lurking now. Yes, of course. Have a great lurk, Rennie. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. His eyelashes are so long. What a whore. Round Square says, can you please speak backwards with Rogers' voice? Your wish is my command. It's funny because before I even started reading his line, you guys can hear me typing backwards. You hear me typing in reverse. That was fun. Thank you. Who needs stimulants when the best high you can get is your cat willingly plopping down on your lap to sleep without needing any petting or calling? Aww, the best feeling in the world. Speak backwards with Makoto's voice next. Okay, I'll wait until the child is on the scene again. I got 2 miniatures painted this week, King of Alfonso I of Portugal and the early 13th century Castilian knight Alvaro Nunez de Lara. And they both came out very well. Nicely done. Amazing. So productive as usual. Why did my furniture start levitating? We need a redeem that lets you use the trigger backwards host for a set time. Yeah, and then like the funniest part is none of you guys will know what I'm saying for like a full. It's gonna be like 60 seconds max, because if it's any longer than 60 seconds, I think it'll become a problem. I just know you guys are gonna, like, when I get a raid or something, some of you guys are gonna pop that redeem, and then I'm gonna be trying desperately to communicate with these raiders, and it won't work. I can already smell the ominous energy of this redeem. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. The last few sips of my coffee, actually. Why would we do that? I know how you guys operate. Oh, Lucy, thank you for the hydrate. Sorry, Raiders, the host is little. You guys are literally gonna grandpa me. You're gonna be like, sorry guys, it's past Grandpa's bedtime. He's speaking in tongues, he's summoning demons. Don't worry about him. Enjoy your stay at the host club. Help yourself to drinks. Evil kittens. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. Good. Does the defense have any questions for this witness, Your Honor? I forgot that's my follow notification. Thran, thank you for the follow. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. I'm sorry, Raiders, he's sundowning. I can't believe we Mike Wazowski'd Emma with that notification too. Sorry about that. Thran, thank you for the follow. Welcome. In the courtroom, it's the only place something like this should be happening. In the eyes of the law. This is, yeah, it was, I implemented it for last Sunday, but I was like, am I going to change it for the other days? No. Raiders are gonna get you talking backwards and a Leon getting spanked follow notification. Actively tanking my, like, viewability as a streamer by by implementing these fuck-ass redeems. Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day?
Tempting, but I guess we'd better not.
Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. Ooh, a whistle. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to write this down. Whistle. Oh, I only have one. Okay. Well, oh, shit. I fucked up. I wasn't reading. Okay, hold on. We'll let this one run once, and then, I'll follow up afterwards. My mom bought a pack of cappuccino powder. There's, where you just rip it open and pour in a cup with it hot water and it's done. It's very yummy and very easy. What a coincidence that that's exactly what I'm having right now. I have a coffee machine at home, so I make my own I make my own espressos. My friend came back from Vietnam and got me a bunch of, like, different instant coffees to try, and so I'm actually having an instant coffee right now that was just, like, a pour, stir, and drink kind of ordeal. It's yum. Can we get Leon spanked on the soundboard? Just the sound? Just the sound of him getting spanked?
Adonai, are you waiting for something perhaps?
Yeah, I was waiting. I was reading chat. Sorry, Sarah. Just savoring the moment, I suppose. Copico? Oh, I've never had instant Copico before. I have only ever had the candy. I've had different types of the candy. You know what used to... Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, I used to live in the boonies with my family. And my grandpa lived, like, downtown. He lived in the heart of the city. My grandpa was cool as hell. He rode the motorcycle. And he would ride his motorcycle home on the weekends to the boonies to see us. And he would always consistently bring me 2 types of treats. And one of them is Copico candies. And the other is coffee jelly. With, like, the cream that you pour on top. I used to be afraid of, like... I used to... When I was a baby, I used to be afraid of every man in the family. And it was really sad because I think the men in my family were the ones that were looking forward to having a baby to, you know, to entertain the most. And unfortunately, every time I saw a man, I'd be like, ah! And so my grandpa would bribe me with candies and coffee jelly, and then eventually I warmed up to him. Grandpa used a Chad. He like fell and broke his femur at one point, so no Chad status revoked, unfortunately. By fell, I didn't mean fell like normally. He fell from on his motorcycle riding on the highway, and so he thought he was being very cool, but unfortunately that cost him his femur. If an adult brings you caffeine as a treat as a kid, you can trust that adult. Absolutely. Look at how I turned out. Familial androphobia. Apparently all of my uncles would make me cry uncontrollably. The only times they were able to actually hang out in the same room as me as when I was a baby is if they also had like a funny hat on. Once I think one of my uncles came in with a motorcycle helmet on, and I was like, oh, cool. Ooh. And then once they figured out that hats make me really happy and no longer afraid of them, they all knew to wear a funny hat when they came into the room to visit me. And so everyone had to bring your like right to entry to viewing the baby Hiiragi Yu was to have a funny hat on. Hi, Musaki, how are you doing? Happy, it's not Easter anymore. Happy post-Easter. How are you? What silly conditions? Yeah, I was born a silly guy. What can I say? I rewarded whimsy and silliness. Okay, savoring the moment. I gotta read all his testimony again. There's only one more thing to do at this point. Once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. Okay. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. Oh! We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Thank you for the resub, Musaki. Welcome back for 37 months. Happy post-Easter. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing excellent. Thank you. Chopin shut off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was a slam and my partner bolted to the 3rd floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Okay. That is such a funny condition to see the baby that is set by the baby. I have a funny hat to make the baby laugh and awe at you. Yeah, otherwise their theory. So, okay, my mother's side of the family, who I'm very close to, they were the ones who raised me. All the men in that family suffer from androgenic hair loss. Male pattern baldness, I think is it's more common term for it. And so all of them are bald or balding. And our game theory was that I was afraid of bald people as a baby. Because I wasn't afraid of my dad. Like my dad could hang out in the same room with me and be like, but all my uncles, I would just and my grandpa, of course, was also bald at that point. I think everyone's bald. Everyone's bald and or balding. And so that's why that's our game theory. Obviously, you can't go back in time to ask a baby why I was so scared. What if we all wear hats to the host club? When you guys fucking change the color of your display names to fuck with me, that's what's happening. When that's the equivalent of you guys wearing funny hats to the host club. Is I can no longer tell who you are. I'd like admitted to you guys that I recognize you basically by the length of your names in combination with the color of your names. Bisky! Who are you? You now look indistinguishable from Dorky and AK fan. No! Now Ion's the same color as oh, who else has that color actually? I'm trying to remember. Baby you version of the Roman Emperor, thumbs up, thumbs down. No, okay, now Issa. See, now Issa looks like S. Fish has that color, but I don't get Fish mixed up too much. I think the like silhouette of Fish's name is quite unique. My niece only liked me when I had long hair and immediately got scared of me when I got them. See? Abundance of hair as an indicator of whether or not someone is evil or not. True? Real? I'm not gonna look at chat anymore. I refuse. I will not look at chat. Crazy part is I only ever change it to purple when you bring it up. It's so mean. All of you are so mean. I left my name color fluid at home. If host is ever seen in the wild, only approach with a silly hat. I won't know who you are. I won't recognize you without your normal hat on. Oh, anyway, sorry, I've already read this line. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. I'm pretty sure it's this one because I mean he didn't hear gunshots. It was his little beepy phone app. Door's locked. Check the alley. Show one shot off the lock. Okay. Heard a thud from upstairs. And okay, whatever. Find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Not true. Okay. Got a blind of 13. Ugh. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard the gunshots. Yes. I knew it.
Her panties.
Her 80s? You would. Ion, you timed that really well, actually.
Quit that already!
As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry. Butterfingers.
Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice?
It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... Oh! He gets brand new art for the... I mean, it's the finale of Chapter 2, so... But he gets special art for this? Are you going to answer that, Officer Rogers? Oh! Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? We're gonna know what kind of porn you watch. Oh, she didn't like that.
I don't want to see what porn he watches. I'm not interested. Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device. Do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty as sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons.
Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you gotta figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
She has a fear of it. That was really cute. Oh my god. That was adorable. She gets shimped on. Aww. Anyway, whistles like that one aren't common. Aren't uncommon. Shit.
So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Bro! She's like an elephant. This voiceover effect is growing on me. I'm glad. Thanks for workshopping it with me, everyone. I appreciate it. I feel like you can spend years workshopping things for stream, but you won't know whether or not it'll fly until you actually stream and you get feedback from people who are watching you. And so thank you. I appreciate that. With all the balancing and like vocal effects stuff that you've had to help me with over the last stream and today's stream as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Most unserious court trial. No thanks to 80. I'm surprised she wouldn't say she's afraid of acid rain instead. Does she get to be? Oh, you know what? If she gets to be out where pigeons, why is she out and about where pigeons are? She's not allowed out there, right? She just gets deactivated between trials. Where's she meeting pigeons? I love it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad we finally found something that works. That sounds like the 80 that we know and love, and also isn't grating on your ears. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie also already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. The hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night. Oh, haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What is the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I love voicing Rogers. Someone in the audience wearing a pigeon suit scaring 80. No, don't bully her like that. This voice is so fitting for Rogers. Thanks for the hydrant and the stretch. Thank you, Gomi. I don't control how many anonymous tips get handled. Oh my god, why are they handling so many tips at the police force? But as soon as you get an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away? Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself! Back up, you saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. Yeah, you know what I mean. Got a wild idea? What is this wild idea? So glad I recommended this voice for Rogers. What was your prompt for this voice? Okay, I don't remember. Can we please get Rogers to say, I don't know, that's kind of scary. Oh my god, help. Oh, it's a theory on, okay, it's a theory on the case. I see. Okay, well, let us know if you're right later.
Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already used it at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone. But so do many of the other police officers in this city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added. So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the Organized Crimes Unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own and could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately.
I never said I couldn't prove that. Oh. All the way, scrap of paper found on 2nd floor in room below crime scene was hidden by trash. Okay. Creek's data pad found on Creek's desk. Creek's Chopin's fingerprints. Wreck aborted dark card transaction. Yes, that's right. Okay. Classified documents, hard to copy, easy to destroy. That's the red ink. Okay. All in. Used on Creeks and Tank's jail, broken, illegal to possess, found on Tank's during frisk 1 week ago. It's got to be the Magus, because this exact pair of people, these exact pair of clowns, stopped him, and then gave a half-ass report where they're like, found a big gun on him. It's okay, he can go home. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna take a look at that report. Where's the Magus? There you go. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. Show signs of illegal modification. In possession of suspect communications software installed on personal phone. Released with a warning. Insane report. Crazy report. Okay, it's gone.
The gun? What of it?
Not just any gun. A Magus, legally registered to Anchor Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol.
That report.
Officer TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even trying to say? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding the documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars.
You wanted to be the first on scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Oh. Counsel is badgering Your Honor and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle had a limited range over which can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m. Yes? Obviously you do, or else they would never have received the frequency at all.
So, if person H is on foot and individual R is in the police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m.?
That seems like an irrelevant factor.
The way the music just comes right back. Who was phone? Yeah.
If you're gay and I'm gay, who's flying the plane?
It's okay, 80. Don't worry about it. Calm down, 80. Imagine finding a dude packing major heat like that and letting him go. Yeah, he's going like it's... Gave him a warning. He'll be good. He'll behave. In case anyone forgot, the police in this game are pretty corrupt. Oh, it's just like real life. You can't hide stuff because it's illegal. Yeah, especially when you're the cops. But they're so corrupt. They don't care. They can get away with all kinds of things. We got a real impressive record with just Reyes not being involved in some bullshit. Oh, Reyes is a heart of gold, though. You know, it's despite all the shit she spews, she is a heart of gold. I forgot I changed my color identity. I couldn't see my comments for a bit. I was like, who am I? Welcome back, Ting. Hello. This sounds like a Layton puzzle? I've never heard such an intense Layton puzzle. All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range?
Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful.
This isn't geometry, damn it. This is just logic. The fact is that they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? Oh, it would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? I have that evidence? Oh, okay. I don't have that evidence. Okay. Evidence that he approached the crime scene somehow was within the designated distance to be able to hear the alarm from Creek's whistle. Whistle of unusual make discovered not far from the Creek's bodies was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans but capable of being picked up by many electronics. But he has like... He couldn't have been moving separately from his partner. That's the thing, is everything that he's been doing and everything... All of his actions before he had gone in and gotten killed are documented and corroborated. By the fuck-ass guy that's on the witness stand. Yeah, they'd be moving as a duo, exactly. There's no unaccounted movements from him before he went into the room. Wouldn't he wait because they wouldn't want to try and save him? Just try and be like, we found X! They want their gold stars, but they don't want to be put in danger for it. Yeah, I know, the soundtrack is so good.
They did split up on his command. That was after they had gotten into the building already. Han was already in the building at that point as well. Proceeded to the crime scene. I don't think we have this evidence. I don't think we have anything that can prove that his actions between that time. Do I have... I'm just gonna look through the vault door. Okay. Unlocked. That's Han, though, because that accounts for Han's movements. And also, again, that's after they got into the building already. I feel like we're, like, talking about the part before they even got to the building. And this is before Han and them have even reached the same building.
My knife!
Broken bat, show up on the autopsy. Impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument, 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Usual, okay. Crick's note. By and large, a match for other documents penned and initialed by Creek Fund. Okay. Dark card, dumpster. Dumpster? No, that can't be it. It's card front door. They did shoot the front door. Had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had been locked behind me after I left. Creek's note with Emicaria. Sound system. Sosuke's sword. Giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. Okay. I don't think we have anything. Yeah. Texas trays, autopsy, whistle, windows. Okay, let's pattern across the windows. Trace back to the magus, yes. Fingerprints on the handles, match Creek. Additional analysis of the buildings confirmed that the windows and the doors are all effectively soundproof when closed. Okay. How long was he alive pushing the button? Let's check his autopsy report. I think this was covered in detail, although not obvious to us, in the opening cutscene where she was doing the massacring, because she was quite literally counting down the time that he was alive for, which later became significant. Low cost, okay. Spinal, that's right, spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonged the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs several fold. Childhood, okay, that's it. Doesn't mention how long he dies for. 5 minutes, God, that is a long time to be bleeding out. What an awful death. He was alive for quite a time, wasn't here assuming he was repeatedly pushing the button, so maybe they didn't catch the first push, but Hans did, so she would make it sooner. I see what you mean. Okay, because he had like an extended period of time to put out his SOS signal. Morgan spoke to them as they died. Yes, that's right. That was, you know what, thinking back on that scene, I do think that it's really cool that they made it a point to, like, bring your attention to the fact that they took a long time to die, but didn't make it significant until later on in the case. He was edged till the end. God, I wish that were me. God, I've seen what you do for others, and I want that to happen to me. I don't have the evidence. Even if we take into account the fact that Creek had been slowly dying for 5 minutes and could have been sending out that signal, that gives the potential, that opens up the potential of Creek having sent out that signal, but it still doesn't confirm any of Chopin's actions. Hold on, I need to do a little security save. It just makes me feel better. It doesn't matter. I don't have that evidence. I don't. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession.
Panties.
Regretfully, Your Honor, we want to see her panties. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon? And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. Oh, body cam? The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? What? Can she do that?
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Reyes's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene?
Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object?
The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something.
Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron.
Officer Rogers?
He seems different.
Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Yeah, oh my god. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. I can't believe I have to use the same voice for him. Emma's line there is so funny to me. Like, suddenly the state actually believes in privacy and not wasting resources. Yeah, exactly. When has the state ever believed in it anyway? You could switch it up, it'd be appropriate. No. we gotta use the same voice for Rogers. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, in a cool run through of this game, yeah, voice 2 would be cool, but I think this is funnier. Oh, Mad on Guard! Oh my god, you're right, this is very Mad on Guard.
Pardon?
That's a first.
Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here. Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor Tan. He entered into both of our receiver apps at the same time, without my knowledge. Oh, classy, okay. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency.
But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup.
You could have had backup, easily.
Hi, Josh, welcome! Hello. Oh gosh, I'm spelling your name wrong. Okay. Josh, what were you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. Nice to see you. Back on it in Pokemon Legends Arceus. How is Pokemon Legends Arceus? How far are you? Are you past the story stuff? Are you on endgame stuff already? Welcome in, Raiders. Nice to see you. My name is Hiiragi. I'm a host VTuber. We're doing Of the Devil, As we do on Tuesdays, this is actually going to be our last of the Devil stream for a while because we're most likely finishing this chapter today. And then there's no more chapters until the next one drops. And thank you so much for the raid. Spending too much time catching Pokemon to do story stuff.
I've got Pokemon to catch.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. If you're tired, Josh, make sure you get some rest. Go get some water. Don't feel obligated to hang out, but if you do, we'd love to have you. Thank you. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. Sorry, Raiders, I forgot I'd use a funny voice for Rogers. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role of my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water.
So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shut the lock off of a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another.
Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took for us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I know, the ma'am. Rude. Thank you for the hydrate, Josh. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene. We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, this is great. This voice fits this model. I feel like it's like they were made for each other. Thanks, Tig! Oh god, okay, there we go.
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building.
On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway. That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner Chopin. He shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime.
A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps.
Know anything? Whoops. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, there we go. Know anything about... No! Don't come back on, please. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb? Wrong move. But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Dude, I hate this guy. Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that his knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so.
If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers?
Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why.
And by everything, I mean all in.
Excellent. I had to get up for a bit, so I missed the model change. What do you mean model change, Stella? I've always looked like this. I know he's so slimy. I hate this guy. Found by Creek's body emits specific...
Specific.
Thanks for the all-in. Specific frequency used as a silent alarm. Sosuke's med records arrested with numerous injuries, cut on left hand finger, bruises, welts otherwise. London's testimony arrived second to scene. Saw unlocked first door vault, found Rogers arresting Sosuke. Okay. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? I don't know why I said that. Yeah, what do you mean, Stella? I've always looked like this. I've never looked different. This is the same model I've been streaming with for the past 5 years. Okay, so he's being a shithead. Forensic analysis shown that this knife was a murder weapon, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If the defense isn't interested... Okay, what does this have to do with Officer Rogers? Whistle... Rest of numerous injuries, cut on left-hand finger, bruises and welts otherwise. We've seen the whistle. Do we have the... Oh, yes, my knife! It's at the very beginning. Signs the blunt of the blade despite being significantly charred by flames. Type AB, B negative. She confirmed Sarah's blood type findings and also found evidence of a third type of blood present on the knife. So AB negative, B negative, and A positive. So that was Chopin. Sosuke. And... Where's Miller? Miller's B negative. Where's Rogers? He's AB negative. Oh, he's AB. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I'm back. Sorry, my head's gone. Don't worry about it. I'm back. Has his host always been this snatched? Damn, look at that holdable waist. Whore. Arrived seconds to scene, saw unlocked first floor vault, found Rogers arresting Sosuke. Unlocked first floor vault. That's the one that Han was... Utilizes a physical key like all the other doors on the premises. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared, right? Okay. Arrested with numerous injuries, cut on left-hand finger, bruises, and welts otherwise. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? So very clearly... Oh, this one just corroborates what we've been saying. I don't think the whistle has anything to do with anything. No, it doesn't. London's testimony. Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe let's see. Detective London had testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived as the second pair of officers on scene. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor and all the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. And so I guess if he was the one that arrested Sosuke, then what happened to that knife? How did it get from Chopin's back into the dumpster fire? And also, how did the katana end up in the same hole that was made by the knife? And then posed to be the real murder weapon. Found Rogers. Yeah, so found Rogers arresting Sosuke. So that he must know something about the knife and the katana then, because he was the one who was. So something happened. Something happened between the time that Chopin died. Oh, and also he claimed that he was the one who had seen. Oh no, that was him. That was a figure of speech thing. But still, he was there. He was present. And so he would be able to. He should be able to provide information to us about these two key items that happened. Something happened to them during that time. Testimony is the only one that makes sense. Yeah, it's the other two seem kind of irrelevant. I feel like it's kind of a process of elimination for this one. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his own bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? Oh! Bang on! Wow, okay, I didn't know that if I was on the right, like, thought process there. Okay, amazing.
That is a question well worth asking the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the magus and he had the sword. Oh, he's getting sloppy. He's getting sloppy. Ooh, we're cornering him. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it?
In the trash.
Down in the alley? Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some Cyanus lackey tossed it as a prank. I think once we arrest Rogers, which I assume we are going to be doing in the next like 20 or 30 minutes. Once we arrest Rogers, I think we should conveniently leave him in the same room as Han and turn off all the cameras. It's like it was a mistake, you know. It was an accident. It was a problem with the cameras. Yada. I don't care. You know, something happened. I don't know. Write it off. Mod's make an excuse for Han. I think they should be left in the same room for an unspecified amount of time. Sarah did not dig in the trash. Don't put. Yes, exactly. Let it be known in the court records, Sarah did not go through the trash. I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they shut up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know that it ended up in the alley afterwards. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
Yeah. Oh my god, he could have removed the knife. He couldn't have removed the knife. Okay. Down in a room with my partner's corpse. Spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. Okay. Oh, thank you for the point. It's so cute when the emotes get yippied. They become so big.
You did it! You did.
I don't think we have a lot of documentation on what happened after. Like, while the arcs was being set up? Did we have anything in London? No, we just read London's testimony. No. Yeah, I don't think we have a lot of documentation on what happened afterwards. He's saying this relatively confidently. And even if there was a way that he could have made it down, I feel like it's his word against ours and the testimony of the police force against what we accuse him of. I don't see a way for this to work out. King Froggy, hi, welcome. Mr. Shark has appeared again. Don't ask why, just smile, because without one, you're truly complete. Stay sharky. I will never question Mr. Shark's existence. I love Mr. Shark. How are you, King Froggy? Welcome. Fire escape, rusty and poorly maintained. It's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found and the second floor room beneath it. Drum in relation to the window? Oh, we could look at the dumpster. Industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene, incredibly heavy. Lid makes a very unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigating. Is there a means to dispose of the knife from the third floor? Theoretically, throwing it, but also as soon as all the, like, crime scene investigation personnel were on scene, there was nothing. You basically weren't allowed to throw something out at that point. And so Han was only able to do it because she works for Cyanus. And the only thing she was able to do in a very limited capacity was knock over the refuse bin. And so the possibility of it being thrown out after Cyanus staff were already on scene, or, you know, at any point after the supposed arresting of Sosuke, would be very difficult. Do you think it's the unlisted kid? Are we finally gonna bring up the kid? Are we good? Is the kid finally gonna, I think it's a third person. Not a third, I mean, not technically a third. I think it's a different party, a third party. Hide it in with some trash. That's what Han tried to do with the red ink. The knife would have had to be removed before the arcs are set up anyway. Oh, that's true. Somehow it was removed before it was immediately used as a murder weapon and then disposed of. That's right. We had to find it in the drum. But also we have to prove that he could have removed the knife. And we don't. That entire that like window of time right now is kind of ambiguous to us right now. We may be able to prove it with a little bit more information that we will have to bait out of him, but at this point, I don't think we can prove it. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. I almost said stridrate. Thanks for the stridrate. Maybe I should combine this redeem into a 1,000 point redeem that just says stridrate. That's fun, actually. Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna do that. Never will you have the ability to just let me hydrate or stretch. I could never do one independent of the other. Stridrate. I'm gonna make a note for myself. What was my other note? Oh, redeem to put on reverse filter. That's fucked up. I'll only let you guys do that during special occasions. The stridrate, yeah. Stridrate or dihydrate. What was the time between the first and the second responders? Chopping in Linden. Hold on. Let's see. London. Second pair of officers on scene. Huh. Do we have any timestamps? Actually, maybe we'll do... Where's Chopin's autopsy? There you go. Okay. None, unfortunately. He said his partner said they heard someone in the alley, so that means he was still alive for Han. But then it wasn't there for the arc, so he could have... So only he could have removed it. Oh, that's really convincing. You're right. That's true, yeah, he did apparently. Well, like, I feel like Chopin is also... everything Chopin is saying and doing is a little bit like being puppeted by Rogers right now, because he's the only testimony to Chopin's actions and words. You know what I mean? Mr. Shark says, when you go to sleep, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite, because they just might. Please tell Mr. Shark to get rid of my bed bugs for me. I would prefer not to have them. Love autocorrect.
Chopping Rays in London, my favorite characters.
I don't think we have... Well, He could have removed the... He's the only one who could have, but we still don't have proof to the method with which he removed the knife. So I think that we need to stay our hand right now. We need to say that he couldn't have removed the knife because the fact still stands that we don't have any concrete proof. Like if they ask, they're like, okay, sure, he could have removed the knife. How? He is technically the only person who could have, but also we are privy to a little bit more information as well. It's seeing as how we were the ones who committed the murders, seeing as how we are the true culprit to at least 95% of this entire crime. He couldn't have removed the knife. He couldn't have. You're right, Sarah. He couldn't have removed the knife from that room. Not unless he... Oh my god, this is so awful. This is Morgan! That was such a... I, toiled over that answer for, 20 minutes, and then the answer was, no, he couldn't have. Unless... Fuck. Yeah. That could work.
Adonai?
0 points for your answer, Sarah.
0 points again?
And 0 points for me, too. Fuck, I think I lost money. All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? Oh! Sarah can't rotate an apple in her mind. Sarah can't rotate a photorealistic apple in her mind. Fuck, okay. That might not have been the right choice. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was to step out onto the fire escape and... Oh my god. Fuck. Drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all. Officer Rogers? What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop, unlike me. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit and...
I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics.
Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that?
Practice martial artists who are Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself. And me.
Oh my god, she's so cute. She's so funny. Oh my god.
And me. Might find it hard to relate.
This is my favorite line in this chapter so far.
And Buku. But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination?
Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off.
Fuck. Oops. Every time I play a game like these, I'm like that one post that's like, nobody look at me, I'm an idiot, I'm the smartest person alive. Nope, I'm dumb as hell, I'm a beacon of knowledge. I remember this post. Yeah, same. Oh my god.
Are you talking about me?
She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It must just be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it is also impossible. Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, the piss-poor aim that London mentioned?
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give him such a strange alibi here, today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score he could possibly get while being certified. Good lord. You'd have to be trying to...
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best.
Oh my god. This is awful. This is crazy. This guy is dedicated his entire life to trying hard to seem like he is a talentless fool? But then what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over the dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he needed to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? King of Mediocrity is such a good title. Oh my god, bro smurfing skill-based matchmaking. Your Honor? I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended him as a suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force. If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all. But I imagine things happened fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you? It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections?
Then let's hear it! Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ada and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
What kind of joke is that? Oh, Yoru! Fire escape? Sosuke's med records. Okay, hold on. Yoru, fire escape, Sosuke med rec. Okay. When that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out the second floor window. Okay. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured. And the sword was stuck. So before I knew it, I was, oh shit, he turned to me with the dull shock as I was whipping my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess and my blood was pumping. Okay. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Okay.
Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story.
Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune. Hi, OG, welcome! How are you? I get the feeling Sarah really wants someone to know her secret. Yeah, drew your weapon but didn't shoot? I know. Weirdo. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Okay, when that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out the second floor window. Okay. Then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with a dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at the time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Didn't he say his hand was on the sword? His other hand was too busted up. Is that a thing with most serial killers? They only keep doing it because they want to be caught someday. Maybe. Can't say that I know what a serial killer is feeling. How do you know the sword was stuck? Ooh. Unless he was the person who purposefully got it stuck. What do the meds records say again? We're gonna visit it in 1 second.
Sosuke's med records.
Sosuke's med records?
Sosuke's sword.
Medical records. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, but from various sources. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Okay. The left hand is busted. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and the skull, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head, near the top. Where's that forehead wound that allegedly was given to him by Rogers? Time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruised left eye, lip, busted lip, broken nose, and boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of head. Okay. But that's between the time he was arrested and the time that he was registered and in custody. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Okay. Let me go through the testimony again. When that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out a second floor window. Heard the sickening thump from above on the third floor when I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew service weapons on the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck. So, okay, that part's weird. Turned to me with a dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. Okay. I think we gotta put the med records against that one. Okay, I missed my chance just now, so we'll go back, but I'm pretty sure it's the forehead injury. The forehead injury not being there at the time of arrest, but only being there after he was put into police custody. Dull shock. Okay, there we go. Pistol whipping him. Oh, he looks nervous. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured? Yay! What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body! An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. Dude, he looks so good in his, photo. I know that he's I know he's very battered and bruised and has had hours of torture and all that. I know he's been through a hard time, but he looks great in that photo. You look awesome, Sosuke. You should do that again. I'm really channeling my inner Sarah here.
Yeah, put that up on the big screen, 80.
The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand.
Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt.
To get my head checked?
Sarah was there like, yeah, she's right, listen to her.
That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruising all over his body when he was taken into custody, including the front of his skull.
She's not wrong. I still remember every ache.
It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant in the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that's
Ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible.
Sosuke's injuries. They've mostly healed as of this morning.
because of that fuck-ass injection! Ah! No! We should have kept him battered and bruised. Is it really good comparison? Really good before-after here on the right side of the screen. Sarah's keeping a copy of the picture in her memory bank for personal reasons. She's sharing it with 80. Emma like, I'm uninterested in men's boobs. Aw, Emma. Sorry. Sorry you feel this way, Emma. I'm interested in men's boobs. A damn shot fucked us out of getting more shirtless Sosuke, I know! Stop! We should have kept him battered and bruised for the trial and tied up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Round square's got it. Yes, exactly. Kept him battered, bruised, bound. All the B's. The 3 B's of keeping a potential criminal in custody. Anyway. I hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Hi, old man Windbreaker. How are you? Welcome. Hold on. I always like to write the clues to like the cross-examination on the chat. I do think it would be super helpful if we can revisit those, but unfortunately, they don't. So I always have to write it down. So it's always like in my chat. My bad. Came in to talk about man boobs. I have the best timing. Cryptic figurines. You did have the best timing. Welcome in. How are you? I'm gonna take a sip of water before we continue.
Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense flying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines. Or we could accept that the event's more...
Who did this? 80 Bo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. How are you? Welcome to the host club. I hope you enjoy your stay. The 5 B's: bound, battered, bruised, beaten, and broken. The secret to a good meal. Swelling. Swelling and swell are so different. That's so funny. Wow, autocorrect really did you dirty there. Sorry about that. No one's ever said your name right on the first try? How did you do that? It's my honor. I'm glad. Hello, 80bo. How are you? Welcome. I wonder why. Is it the 80 or is it the bow that fucks them up? Pardon my French, but welcome in. How are you?
I can't remember if I read this line, or we could accept that the events more or less took place as the witness described. We hit the defendant on the head, and then defendant fell backwards onto the floor.
That's so funny. They say Addie Bew. It's the bow part. I feel like Addie and 80, I was kind of like, I pronounced it 80 because we have a character in this game named 80. And I was like, why not? We'll keep it consistent and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. The bow, I guess, the French part of it is the part that goofs him up. Thankfully, I'm Canadian. Maybe that's the secret. But welcome in. How are you? That's it, Emma. I'm arguing we can't take the witness description because he keeps lying. Yeah, me too. I don't think he's a very reliable witness. I genuinely feel like Chopin is being puppeted by him at this point. Because he's the only person present. He could say that Chopin did anything and said anything, and we have to take his word for it. If the head wound is open to interpretation, then... The medical data doesn't support Roger's story. The medical data could support Roger's story. Where's Medrec? It still doesn't. So this is literally the part that I pointed out earlier. They documented every wound on his body, but there was nothing documented on the forehead, and then the forehead wound appeared after he was in custody. It was caused by the corrupt police. Oh, yes, Beauregard. Correct. The secret sauce is Canadian. Objection, Your Honor.
Nuh-uh. It's not true.
The dead man cannot disprove Rogers. Yes, he do be dead. I'm sorry for being French. No, don't be sorry. Doing well, my friend Ting recommended you, and I like the vibes. Oh, hello. Oh my gosh, a friend of Ting's. A friend of Ting's is a friend of us all. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night so far. We're kind of like far into this particular game. It's a murder mystery visual novel. We're on chapter 2, and so you may feel a little bit lost with the story. Unless I know Ting is a big fan of this game, so unless you know about it already. But don't feel obligated to stay if the story feels like it's kind of gone too far for you to catch up to, but we'd love your company if you'd like to stay. Ting mentioned, yeah. I think we should stick to our guns. We haven't raced in a while, have we? It doesn't support Roger's story. Yes, again, forehead trauma discovered after he was in police custody. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own 2 peepers.
Papers?
Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto?
In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck!
You're exactly right.
All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today.
He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body. Oh, okay, I caught on to the wrong detail, but that's okay. Right answer, wrong detail. Whoops. I play Kingdom Hearts for fun. I know what I'm signing up for. What's your what were your thoughts on the video essay that BDG did back when he was with Polygon explaining the lore of Kingdom Hearts? I love that video. I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts though. I enjoyed it as a layman. You're only a quarter French. That's okay. That still gives you the right. You know what's happening? I was talking about this with Jean Kempon during our collab a couple weeks ago. Plenty of VTubers use Japanese in their names, and there's not even an ounce of Japanese in them. And so feel free to use whatever name you want. You can rock that bow way better than anybody else can because you're a quarter French. Technically, the front right of the head doesn't count as the forehead. Yes, exactly. No forehead. Wrong formula, right answer. It's not about the journey. It's about the end result. Bad lesson. Don't listen. I love when people explain the lore, especially when they sound like they're losing their minds about it. It's super funny and accurate. It is, yeah. It's one of my favorite pieces of Kingdom Hearts content is when Sungwon Cho made a parody of the Kingdom Hearts trailer where he's like one guy and then he's playing the other guy with just like paper glued across his face and he's playing chess with himself. And he's like, when the darkness absorbs the light, but then the light will overcome the darkness, but then the darkness will. And I was like, that's so funny. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yes, that's a great parody of Kingdom Hearts. And then I watched the actual trailer he was parodying, and I was like, this is just a 1-to-1 recreation. He looked like he was crazy in that skit, but I watched the trailer and I was like, that's ad verbatim what he says in the trailer. Yeah, that's the funniest part, is that someone managed to make a comedic short video out of just parroting exactly what the trailer said. I think that's so funny. My nickname is Greek. What is your nickname? What is a Greek nickname? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Oh my goodness. I watched so much of it growing up. My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello? Why did I soften that G? My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged character is Mako Tsunami. I literally don't remember Mako Tsunami in the original. The only version of Mako I remember is, does Mako Tsunami have to choke a bitch? That's all I remember from him. My favorite YGO Abridged character. Oh, Vertrachophoros. Am I pronouncing it right? I feel like I'm not. It means frog carrier. Oh, cute! That is such a cute... Oh my gosh! It sounds so cool and sophisticated. You sound like a Bloodborne boss, but you're... Carrier of frogs. Boss life bar appears. Kingdom Hearts is absolutely insane. The actual infuriating part about KH lore is that it does make sense, but it's impossible to explain without looking like an absolute in that case. That's the beauty of it. I think it's so funny that Kingdom Hearts fans all look insane. Brandit Keith saying America is the thing that's been in my head. See, it's so funny because I didn't realize that, like, I think after a long time, after being alive for so long and your memories kind of like compress and meld together. And so there's definitely certain impressions of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters that I don't remember if it's from the original dub or if it's from the abridged. Like they've just all melted together, especially because like Little Karibo does such a good job with all the voices. Anyway, sorry. Tangent. Medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could only have fallen forward directly onto his cushiony tits. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise? When he was no threat to you? What? No! Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, the guy's got nearly a full head on me!
True.
True.
I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible. His tits. the one easiest to reach. His tits.
No. Emma, you're making this too easy for me. I'm sorry. You'll never guess what my name means. A bad man Twitch? Oh, I don't know. Tough one. What's the lore behind it? That's the exact vibe I wanted. People will think it's super sophisticated and smart, but it's just silly. I love that. That's so cute. You're a Bloodborne boss who everyone assumes for years has a really cool, very meaningful name, but you're just carrier of frogs.
You non-binary? That's cool.
I love Joey. I love accepting ally Joey Wheeler. Sometimes you see a tall guy and you just gotta bonk him on the head with your pistol. You know how it is. Yeah, the primal desire to bonk a tall man. A tall, handsome man. Sosuke's hitbox is crazy. His tits may have a larger hitbox, but the rebound on them is unbelievable. Oh my god. We have to stop objectifying this poor man. We're like more aggressive with it now that he looks like he's healed. Like I feel like it's getting worse now that he looks like a normal person now. We've been going easy on him for the last few streams because he looks so sad and injured with all those bandages on him. Now he's like handsome now. Now we're going full force, full throttle on the objectification.
He would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of his skull.
Not quite.
Excuse me?
I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean he was asleep?
No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time Sosuke Ikaria was on the ground. Everybody do the dinosaur. Bent over. I fucking wish. Presents a white tree frog.
Take good care of it, Hunter, and it shall serve you well.
Oh my god, immediately my favorite character in an RPG. Bent over, please, yeah, please. Pretty sure Rogers would have been the one knocked out if he aimed for the tits. Bounced right off of them. Bent over. Bent over, you say? Stillbound would also be, but yeah, also great. Wait, speaking of Stillbound, actually, maybe, I'm asking myself a moral question here. Maybe I won't show it on stream, just for the moral ambiguity of it. If I had a dime for every single time one of you guys DM'd me and sent me the new scale figure of Leon Kennedy being tied up on a chair, I would probably have enough money to afford myself a value meal at McDonald's. I've sent this post so many times. It was the first thing I saw this morning when I woke up at 6 a.m. is one Discord DM and several Twitter DMs all send no commentary, by the way. All of you guys are just sending this link to me without saying anything as if I know what to do with it. So there's a trending scale figure on Twitter of Leon Kennedy tied to a chair, and there's a version, you can buy the regular version of him dressed if you're a fucking coward, I guess, but you could buy the other version where he's nude. He has his boxers on, and on the website it says it's a swimsuit version, which is so funny to me. I didn't want to show the picture. The reason why I said this is a little bit of a moral dilemma for me is because somebody let me know that apparently that studio has been caught posting AI-generated render photos of their figures to try to get more pre-orders. Like, the figure may not actually have been completed. And so, unfortunately, I didn't want to show the picture to you guys. But anyway, I wanted to, what was I going to say? Why did I mention this? Oh, I mentioned this because this is the stillbound option this here. Anyway, there's that. It's floating around. No proof if this particular figure is subject to that, but I think that studio has been caught doing something like that. And so people are saying, hey, stay wary. Stay cautious. A good chance of that, yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it does suck, eh? We will not give them any more coverage. Yes, exactly. I didn't want to show the picture. I mean, I feel like there's also no point in showing the picture because I think that most of you guys, if you're on social media, you would have seen it. Not hard to see. If you do come across it, you know, I feel like good grain of salt to keep in mind. Or rather, yeah, to take the information with a grain of salt. Better look for other figures of bound naked Leon. There will be more. Don't worry. It is a bustling market, and it's a thirsty market. They're willing to pay. On the ground, still bound, bent over. Okay, wait, hold on. I actually do want to consider my choices here because still bound is not possible because he's already cut his bindings. On the ground and bent over are, as funny as this one is, it actually still is on the table. It says that there's blood on the front of his body, but it doesn't specifically say that it's from falling. Where's medical records? There's this blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Yep. General bleeding throughout the torso, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Others is blood across the tops of his feet and pants. You guys! You guys! He actually was bent over. Sorry. Yeah, he's bent over. It's almost midnight. Have a good rest of your night. Rest well, Ting. Thanks for hanging out. Unfortunately, I'm sleepy around this time. Thank you for being an amazing host and for the content this evening. Please take care, Ting. I know you were sick. I know you're still feeling, or you're on the path to recovery. Please feel better soon. Rest well. Get lots of water. I hope you're back to 100% soon. Send it! Woo! The court definitely needs pictures for reference. Hey, Sosuke, can you get on your knees? We're just trying to recreate the scene of the crime, Sosuke. Don't worry about it. He's face down ass up. Can we yippee a bend over? Oh my god. Guys named Ben Dover are like, what? What did you say? Even if I'm wrong about this, I feel like there is a chance I might be wrong. Even if I'm wrong about this, I feel like I owe it to myself to say that he was bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and...
Adonai.
What? Why are you interrupting me now? Thanks for the bend over!
Because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. It would have sounded like Sosuke was about to take it in the b-hole, and I don't think you would appreciate that, Adonai.
What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. I like these, like, moments of, like, Morgan being very obviously ace and also completely, like, on top of being ace, she's, like, sex repulsed, it seems, which is awesome. Because she'll be like, what do you mean very silly? And Sosuke's like, yeah, no, let her take this one. I don't want to make it seem like I'm taking to the b-hole. What?
It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru.
Wait. What was Morgan gonna say? He was bent over when the witness came from. Okay. Sosuke's reputation has been saved. I like to imagine that Sosuke is like, don't put me in a phrasing situation with that loser weirdo Rogers of all people. I mean, you know what? Me, same. Yeah, I'd bend over for somebody else, not for him. Are you saying this package came in the mail? Okay.
That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown.
As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, Counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic.
Tactics are for freshening your breath. What can you claim is weak about this argument? If you see this guy bent over, wouldn't you come from behind? Honestly, true. Sick Shock, hello, welcome. I would imagine that Sarah and Sosuke didn't care about that implication and just that Morgan wouldn't call the sword Yoru. That's the important part, is that they wanted to make sure the sword was mentioned by name. Also, welcome, Sick Shock, welcome. How are you? I love this dumb joke. I love that, like, Sarah and Sosuke seem to amplify each other's energies. I think that they're, like, kind of on the same wavelength and make each other worse. Stupider. Sarah's a saint, but that also means Sarah knew what others would assume was being applied. Yeah, well, she's pretty sex savvy, it seems. Remember when, like, we met David Asher's ex, and she was like,
Do you think they knew the shape of each other's bodies?
And then Morgan was like, getting sick in the club. I'm not sure Morgan is ace, more just dysfunctional in her mindset about human interaction in general, and therefore unfamiliar with the act of having fuck. I'm pretty dead set on my headcanon that she's ace. Ace in far into the spectrum where she's sex repulsed, just based on like all of her reactions so far. But this is all like, this is kind of the impression that I've built up over many chapters of playing this game. Sarah's been on the internet. She was born from the internet. She was molded by it.
Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first, and then pushed...
Oh, that's not her. Sorry, Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here.
That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first, here. But instead he was apprehended here, in the center of the room.
Hey, makes sense to me.
Looks like he dropped a sack of potatoes by the door, sure.
But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see discovered on the floor.
So these weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique.
Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikaria was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room,
then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tarek Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me!
yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. When I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. Checkmate! Nuh-uh. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke? And then I what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him!
You...
It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. And the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... KO'd Chopin! Fallen behind. Taken the lead. I love that Hades like an audience. I know, her reactions are so cute.
Don't insult my non-wife!
Yeah. He's our wife. Wait, hold on. She's our wife, sorry. The truth of the case becomes crystal clear, except the parts I obscured on purpose because I did them. Hee hee. Oh, I love Morgan. Taken the lead or KO'd Chopin? Wait, hold on. Let me take a look. No misunderstanding, because the truth is when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... You know what? This plays into that thing that I was complaining about earlier, that Chopin is being basically dragged around like a puppet by Rogers, because everything that happened from the time that they shot the lock off of that door, that building door, and went inside, everything has the potential to be, well, not everything, a lot of details have the potential to be manipulated by Rogers. Obviously, there's stuff that will be recorded on police comms and vitals monitors and all that, so those are non-negotiables. But stuff like telling people to fall behind and all that, like things the he said she said stuff. That's all stuff that Rogers has the full freedom to manipulate because Chopin's dead. He can't oppose to any of this. He couldn't have killed Chopin because that would have showed up on the vitals monitor. He must have taken the lead then. You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the lock, sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming here anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him, while he covered you. What? You already told us what you wanted to stall and wait for that you wanted to stall and wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you! I testified! So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection, mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter 2 officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So, after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try to spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try to follow them, only to give up when he saw that there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the 3rd floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? Oh shit, I didn't remember that. No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the 2nd floor. Oh. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. Okay. Get that all the way up. Ryo Mitsui, have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sweet dreams. We'll see you next time.
All in!
Dumpster found in alley. Under fire escape, very heavy and loud. Oh my god. Only known entrance locked. Lock destroyed by Chopin and Rogers. Okay, not that one. Found scorched in alley, barrel. Okay. Turn to special frequencies, specific frequencies, analog communication among orcas and lower wards. Okay. Scrap of air found on 2nd floor, room below crime scene was hidden by trash. Oh. Scrap of red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps of the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner. I think it is this. I think it's the red ink. Let's look at them. Found an alley under a fire escape, very heavy and loud. Okay, you know what? Before I lock in on this. Signs having been removed. Okay, it doesn't matter. That's not it. It's not the front door. Knife. Special. No. Yeah, it's scrap of paper. That scrap of paper was found by the 2nd floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it. Yes! It's the boot print! Proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and then into the 2nd floor. That doesn't prove anything! Your own client could have left that blueprint. Boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin... If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the 3rd floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke.
Counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the 3rd floor and we then moved down to the 2nd, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the 2nd floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously, Chopin did proceed to to the 3rd floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started.
Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the 2nd floor, my client was already in contact. Oh, where's my hello?
Oh.
Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact. None of this shit matters! This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner! That doesn't make any goddamn sense! Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends on where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you?
Single bedroom?
Yeah, whatever!
Not great.
Excuse me? And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume.
Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument.
Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off of it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Ugh. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy! That's not possible!
Do the people have anything to add?
Emma hates losing, but she is not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this.
Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you?
What is she doing? Yes!
How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley?
More than 2 minutes. Less than 3.
You had a chance to start looking the room over.
Yes.
And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense had described?
No! Nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse.
And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of these documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially.
Yes.
That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner?
Yes.
I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand.
Oh. A damn good question, Your Honor.
Do we have an answer for it?
I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd just have tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view, were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them, if not on the desk? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. But before I left, I reorganized things, tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly.
Yoo-hoo! Counselor, any cuckoos in or around the nest?
Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple.
A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink documents in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them.
Correct. Rationally, neither officers would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've gotta be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you would think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize.
Your Honor, this is pointless.
The officers knew that this was the site of the orca violence from the silent alarm.
There was blood and corpses all over the goddamn place. And if the red ink documents were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them?
If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? Ooh, hold on. Sound system. Okay. No. Maybe not. Sosuke's katana, Yodu. Right hand print. No. No. Dark card. Found stuck in datapad. Wiped of all prints. Only known to rich criminals. Ooh. Okay. This would catch his attention and not catch Chopin's. Broken bat used to destroy Trey's head. Only partial prints found. Found scorched an alley barrel. Stab Miller in the throat with it. No. Thanks for the hydrate, Stella. I did need a hydrate. Thank you. It's true, Shasti. The dark card and the unlisted child are two loose ends that I'm looking to maybe be able to fill in by the end of this chapter. Rich comma criminals, not to be confused with rich criminals. Yes, true. Rich comma criminals. Ooh, it's the DC. Put it there. Oh, I'm all in. Thanks for the stretch, too. Thank you, Phoenix Fire. Oh, everyone else calls it care package. I call it stridrate. Or a hretch. It's far less pleasant if I call it a hretch. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting atop of some papers.
You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time?
I know it, Emma. I was there. Sorry, just kidding.
That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half of an answer.
Then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. Yes! How many? $16? We're making mad bank here, hello?
The dark card?
Seems like a little more than a fancy credit card to you, or I But if you're rich enough, then you or I, but if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Hretch! Thanks for the hretch, y'all! Finally, that dark card is worth money to us. Yeah, it's been useless plastic for, well, it was a bargaining chip for stalling time, so it had its surface, or it serves its purpose. Thanks for the hretch, everyone. I'm gonna take another sip. Babe, I'm gonna hretch. I would be concerned. I would run.
Your Honor, this speculation.
Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot.
Just because this dark card happened.
Hey, seriously? What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of it. Assumed you were being literal. It's a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up wherever he wanted at the crime scene without even radio in first. Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. You never seem to get rid of this stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene! You mean... Obviously, counselor! From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was ever there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tarek Chopin died a hero, trying to save the day. Right.
Adonai, is this true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... With the jury, surely they can see...
The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render the verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury...
80! Your Honor! The jury...
Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad.
So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor and maybe the jury sees things our way. Adonai, is this true? But there are no guarantees.
After all that, it just...
Comes down to a gamble. Always does. We love gambling, Sarah. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree.
About what exactly?
About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying witnesses to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. What? Rogers' pistol used to KO Sosuke struck on top, back of his head, no shots fired. Did Morgan just say duh in Korea? Duh! All in. I can't, you guys. I can't go all in. We're already defaulted. Our default mode is all in. Rogers' fingerprints are on the murder weapon. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you... No. They aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Oh, so that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? Oh my god! It's the thought that counts. Oh my lord! That's right, the bat! Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Geez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The Magus, used on Creek and Tanks. Jailbroken, illegal to possess, found on tanks during frisk 1 week ago. The Magus that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece of that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh. Sorry, I guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? The blade! Well, don't I feel stupid? But what I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment! What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Look at Sarah and Sosuke.
Is he allowed to say that?
Is he allowed to say that? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife and you know it! My mistake? I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry.
Ew. Oh dear.
What? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused?
So are these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. Oh my god. Updated autopsy report wins yet again. Another day. I can't believe we're using this same weapon that Miles Edgeworth has been using on us for years to our advantage. This is character development. I feel like a very seasoned court-like player. She rage baited him, yeah. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife, and the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We'd already emptied the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to the blue blood witness. You... For some blue blood rat, you crazy harpy! Trying to trick me at the last second! You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She right there, Rockford, the prosecutor! Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife! Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford! Before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already! Just say it! But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along, where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct, because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But... Hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Hiiragi. He murders for the mob. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Oh my god, she's the nail painting emoji right now. Like literally she's the physical embodiment of the nail painting emoji. She's like, oh my gosh. Oh, it's too bad. It's awful. This is terrible to see. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Nobility assassinating each other, let it ride, keep them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards, let them sort it out, keep their numbers low. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Ouch. Emma, you know, Emma, it's really good. Emma, you're doing good. You're doing great, sweetie, but this one hurts. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, she's not going to twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You sadistic bitch! He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary,
A week ago, you acquired a... Oh, did you guys make... Thank you. Yes, exactly. She literally was like, we are not born equal. A week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor and proceeded to the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows of the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you've never recognized. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who would benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all a lie! Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork! The Hound of Hiiragi is standing right there next to you! The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us! No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well... you! What the hell are you talking about? Seems like, whoops, sorry, wrong boy. Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blue blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. You're... Blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss. So tell me, you feeling lucky? Well... You... Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer. Oh, special art. You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds!
Yay!
Oh, look at this. Oh my god, I love this art. Breakdown time. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought about it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like neighborhood watch, people looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host.
A host! Hey,
Apparently I was good enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. Because it was in fact transactional, they expected to get something in return. Hi, Tete, how are you? Tata, I haven't seen you in a while. I've been thinking of you. Kokone! Thank you for finishing up your booster pack. A host mentioned! Yay! Thanks for the yippee. Thanks for the host mention. Tata, how are you doing? How have you been? You've been on my mind today. I hope you've been well. Host roll credits, yeah. Hit that ending theme. Police Academy, they're mad on the inside. Right before bed, is it bedtime for you, Kokone? Have a good rest of your night. Rest well and sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds, and I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent, so bad at his job he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tarek Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Honestly, Cooley, I was also like, yeah, he's like the, well, quote-unquote worst double agent, but also kind of like the best. The most unassuming. Like such a like long leash for him to be doing anything, even under the watchful eye of the police. Been okay. I was peeking on some friends before heading off for work tomorrow. Still super quiet online, but I'm slowly coming back and checking in. Take your time, Tete. I know it's been a lot. I know stuff has been happening. Take your time. Don't ever push yourself to interact or say hi. If you ever want to just hang out, you're so welcome to. But I just wanted you to know that you've been on my mind. I threw some merch at Dido. Oh, did you? Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, so many people apparently met up with Daifku and have stuff for me. They were like, why am I always a pack meal for you? And I'm like, sorry. They came back from their trip to Japan with a bunch of stuff for me too, and I was like, oh, thanks, sorry. Thank you. But thank you so much today. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the goodies. Thank you. It's kind of in a saboteur's best interest to be a faceless chameleon. Exactly, yeah. He can't look cool while doing it. He's not going to be an action movie star. But he's kind of in the best position. And he's clearly excelled at it, right? He was like... he was like so extremely good at being mediocre, which we've all determined is actually way harder than being really bad or really good. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We ran around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security.
Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? That teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them! At least they were having fun. Tarek was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile, a stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building...
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor and he started poking around. And I went straight into the third floor because I'm long. Let me, hold on. There we go. I'm long as hell. That's because where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. never met this creek or this pod in my life until we stopped Anchor 10. Different gens. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow, we're getting so much weight. So get my long, stupid head out of the way of this gorgeous art. Sorry. I didn't mean to block this from you guys. And I never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no hound of Ikaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Oh, he booped him. He booped Sosuke into submission. Face down in the blood out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone's dead, that blue blood bolted. Tarek called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tarek didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down. Because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about.
Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492.
Lots of people knew the deal with 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know how we knew where the pillars were gonna be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tarek was excited too. All he could see was forward.
God, I love this art. Oh my God! I love this.
Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything. If that matters, if you even care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. A goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so take it none of you believe in evil? We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people and places. And it poured off of that knife like a water fountain.
Oh my God, I thought he was going to start talking about Tarek Chopin. No, it's the residual murder juice. The murderous energy that was imbued into the knife by Morgan. Wait. Oh no. Whoops. Well, the devil made you do it. Haven't heard that one in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tarek told me once he wanted to become a mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him?
Shouldn't have lied to him.
The knife was of the devil. Roll the credits, everyone. Stream is over. We did it. Title dropped. Oh, Tete, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. What are you up to? Thank you for that. That's so many bits. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, right when I was doing this, one of the stupidest voices I've ever had the pleasure of doing for a game. Thank you so much, Tete. We are pretty close to rolling credits, actually, for real.
Morgan being so boss, she gives weapons sentience. Yeah, exactly. Anything she touches becomes evil. Except for Sarah. Sarah's immune. Morgan's so evil it's contagious. Maybe that's, well, no. I can't say that. I was gonna say maybe that's why Emma's a little evil too, but I'm like, no, Emma's her own brand of evil. I shouldn't let Morgan take credit for Emma's evilness.
And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charges of homicide in the first degree with prejudice.
What does that mean?
They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence.
And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide?
We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod. Miller's blood having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected.
Then the jury will be dismissed and this court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go.
Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? If you have the blob self ones still, I placed them on you before bed. Oh, thank you. Where's my tete? Oh, okay, you know what? Wait, hold on. If I put you right here, it kind of looks like you're trying to run away from Mr. Help! Save me! Is it possible to make a stream's worth of content for after the trial result? Maybe a short one? Perhaps, yeah. I could combine that with something else. Why is he blushing? He's blushing. Oh, cute. Thanks for the redeem, Tete. Kind of interesting because in this episode you see Emma's super angry, lawful good side throwing Rogers under the bus at the end. I loved it! I love it so much. Emma's evil in a... People fucking street racing at 11:40 outside of my window? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Sorry, did you guys hear that? Was that in the mic? Someone blasted their box engine right outside of my window. Should be a couple post-game extras that you could combine with a post-trial main story bit. Yeah. Good night. Have a good rest of your night. Rest well and sweet dreams, Tete. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for saying hi. I remember seeing that Emma Crash Out captioned Catholic Beast Mode. Catholic Beast Mode is awesome. Wow, yeah. Look at, oh, Sosuke gets red in the ears, too. What an idiot. Can't believe they would street race over evil lesbians. I know. I'll teach them. I'm not shocked. I'm just... I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my...
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say?
Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent? No, that sounds dumb.
Oh, just in time for dinner! State building. Floor 48. She wants to be involved. She wants to be part of the gang. Let her be part of the gang. One thing I love about this trial and the first trial is how, despite Morgan being right about who the culprit is, she's completely wrong about their motivation. She sees it as crimes of hate or anger, but neither Rogers nor Helen were really malicious in their acts of murder. Yes, we've only been through 2 chapters so far, but it has started to become a bit of a pattern, and like a good pattern that the culprits, have reasons that extend far beyond the surface level motivations for why they did what they did. I really loved the ending of chapter 1. Now that we've finished 2 chapters, though, it's completely on the table for chapter 3 to throw that out the window for a little bit just to mix things up. But who knows? We'll know when chapter 3 comes out.
Yeah.
So, how do you plan on celebrating?
I don't know.
We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable.
Who could it be, Sosuke? Who could it be?
Rogers interests me. He seemed to do it to defend his community and put a dangerous assassin behind bars. Yeah, I mean, he acted according to his moral compass, the one that he was raised with his upbringing, his class status, his tax bracket. Get Sosuke a new bra to celebrate, the lacy kind, for special nights. Shobubura. Both were mercy kills in their own ways. Helen wanted to spare David of the consequences of his actions. I really, really loved the bathroom chat with Dr. Helen Young. Rogers didn't want to let the rest of the lower ward suffer for one greedy rich bastard's aspirations. Yes, exactly. It really helps that his patience has been worn so very thin from being partnered up with him for so long, too. Feels strange. Oh, that's right, we read this. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I've always stood. Protecting my family. Have a good night, 80. Rest well in sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us. Do you want to put it down here-ish for another stream or keep going? I'm going to try keep going for a bit. I'm not too tired yet. I do want to see the resolution of this chapter. I was being a little bit more ambitious, and we're thinking we could do bonus content today as well, but we may not be able to get to bonus content, but I do want to reach the end of the chapter for sure. Seems there's someone who would like to speak with you about just that.
Sosuke!
I forgot his voice. I think that's his voice. It's a little too aggressive, but... Hi, Makoto! Young master. Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you. Repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor!
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least you picked a good number. 100 and... Oh, someone requested Makoto's voice backwards. That was Ion, I think. We've been waiting for him to show up. Makoto, you're late!
Oh, there's 3
But I still first time.
It's a seamless sadness. I'm singing first for the haters. Are you in there? You starting it? And then we name as me. Who's not sure that mean it's about help.
I know it's still on, don't worry. I wanted to do an extended sequence of it. I can hear the reverse speech.
And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Hiiragi, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather's outside in the motorcade and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here. He came here? Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport.
He is, Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah House Paralegal. Who are you quoting?
Then if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yeah, feel free to... Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Oh my god, Sarah's so excited! Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll, find a corner in which to lift up my shirt. She's like mouth breathing at this. She's like... I don't remember what voice I gave Mire. Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied. Makoto seems to be in good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just be negotiating with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child? And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinions of a room that's stagnant even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come all naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get.
Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. I leaned so far on my armrest that I displaced it. What? What? I got, oh my god, I got goosebumps again. You're gonna give me another one right at the end of the What? What do you mean? He's a Delph? Oh my god. What? What is that? Oh! Does Makoto know Sosuke's his father? I don't even feel, doesn't feel right saying this sentence. Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Did we just Mori? Yeah, we did. Yeah. Oh my god. What? Stella says I need those Sosuke bend over pics expeditiously. Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. I was going to say, that's fucked up. Our theory of Makoto being the little lord was like not actually completely wrong. He could he could access those bank accounts. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, his worth? I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me, but Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health, and he has his mother. Oh, this this line is making me tear up a little. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh my god, this is such a good line. My god, the little lord, he's the chibi lord. Wow. That's such a good line. Wow, shit. And his father will always be close by. Oh, nail in the coffin for me. Oh my god. Oh. Every moment we shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. You, all of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do one day. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan? Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagined you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Hiiragi walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red? That's right. The rust. Ah, right. The rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the rust for it, then where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pod did it with such unhinged brutality, and yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in with overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Oh my god, this chapter tastes so good. This is the... Oh my god, this is the most delicious meal I've ever been served in my whole life. Jesus Christ. They're so hot. I love... She's edging us. She's edging us. She was like, never mind. I'm seeing things that aren't there. Nobody can be that good. I'm gassing up a criminal that probably doesn't deserve it. But here I am. I'm like, my penis, 5 foot tall. 5 stories tall. Standing at attention. Holy shit, that was awesome. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you've never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something or someone. Oh my god. I know. I feel like, you know that picture of the dog being held back by its collar and it's got like foaming at the mouth? It's like,
That's how I feel right now. Oh my god. Oh.
Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan.
Yeah. See you around.
Just don't go telling anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation.
Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so, can I, sorry, okay, so that was really hot and all, so, Sosuke walking back into the scene now, with the context of all the information Mide just gave me, I'm seeing him in a completely different light. He was kind of a goober, like, he was kind of a goober before, but now I'm like, daddy. Father. Yeah, breasting boobly over across the courtroom, across the waiting room. Oh my god. So now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious. Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikariya, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Sorry. Caternal says, I can't believe Makoto got to breastfeed on Sosuke's tits. That's why he's so spunky and full of energy. It's because he was raised on good quality milk. Oh god. Fuck. Oh my god. Sosuke, do you not ever feel like your life is just a lie? Do you not ever feel like you're being Truman Showed here, calling the mother of your child Lady Mide and your child Young Master? Anyway, I guess he likes roleplay. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mide and the Young Master. Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well? I also conveniently found out his 3 sizes. And took burst shots of what I saw and stored them in my hard drive. I could transfer them to you for a nominal fee.
I'll take a rain check.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No. I didn't do anything. Fuck, you guys! Stop. Oh man. This is such they're family. Sosuke being only boob height is the icing on the cake. Can't even see him, just see his cleavage. This is really cute. Stop. Oh my god. A messy, dysfunctional family caught in some of the most like awful and convoluted family background of all time, and politics and business and family structures and tradition. And yet they have something that not all families could say they have. And that's each other. God, fuck! Oh man. Yeah, I fucking love this game, you guys. What do we do? What are we gonna do? Chapter 3. When's it coming? I won't survive. My God. Oh, where's my shortcut for... Okay, there we go. It is so good. My God. There's so many scenes where boobs are taking the place of a hidden face. Yeah, I respect it. Kind of unavoidable if Sosuke's been with Mide ever since they were so young. Yes, exactly. And it's so... It feels like almost like a Shakespearean tragedy, and yet, like... I don't know, Mide's lines really got to me. Makoto has everything that he could possibly... He has everything that they wish they had. He has his mother, he has his father, he has his family. What more could you want in a turbulent time like this? God. Have a good rest of your night, Blazikins. Thanks for hanging out with us. Take care. We'll be ending soon as well. Actually, I should stop raids just in case. There you go. Whew. God.
I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray sky spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Sorry, Badman says, childhood friends, Princess X-Knight, Romeo and Juliet. What more do you want? I know. They think they could have it all. And they deserve it. Oh, I love them. To think Morgan might have screwed it all up thanks to her serial killer hobby. Oops. That's okay. We saved it. We almost screwed it, and we saved it. We did both. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is being brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. At 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She'd only one number in her phone's contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her legs as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the doors open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it.
Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but...
Ev, what are you? I thought you had a family thing. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and...
I thought, who are all...
We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly and being myself and... Oh my god, wait. Has it been the other way around the whole time? Wait. People started signing up. But forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me get you my coat. Screw it, I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I know, the text color is so mean. It's been the other way. All these flashbacks the whole time have been the other way around the whole time. She's the bitch. I mean, like, we didn't... It's not surprising to us. I kind of thought she would have, like, slowly evolved into being a bitch. No, but she's been a bitch since the start. Okay. Melon, what do we do about that? Melon's here. Hi. She'd never been the one to text first. I'm a man and I don't know how to describe this, but I swear it's sexy somehow. What, like not texting first? That's so funny. Melon, did you know? Melon, did you know? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Ev, Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. What? Hi, Treeses, welcome. You are missing so much info. That particular scene required a lot of pre-existing information. Hi, how are you? Oh, we're drinking! And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. There ya have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course, let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive, the whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices are so reasonable. Shit, I knew I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. I just gave dog energy, I guess. Oh my god, Exa, yeah! That's the song I was thinking of. I never really, expect people to know that song, because it's, it's religious. Melon, did you know? You're a baby boy. The moment she finally stops being in tsundere about wanting to join the club, the hero moment gets splashed in the face with a bucket of reality. It's so good! It's so good. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mide around like a puppy. I never, who told you Mide was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? Stop. He's blushing.
The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid. Jokingly. Lovingly. Mire's right. I don't know anything about beep. I'm sorry, I don't have a... Oh, wait, hold on. I do. I just... Hold on. It's just really long and I don't have a good way of stopping it, right? And it is no longer a hold to use button. It's just an audio trigger now. So I just have to like, like... I can make it... Yeah, I could try to make it shorter. Anyway. One of many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession? Addiction? Those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. You guys, hold on. This is another one of those scenes where boobs are replacing a face. It's right on my head. I am resting on it. Like a lovely, soft pillow.
Thank you, Morgan.
Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. Ah. Oh. Why does she... I feel like the end, like the end of chapter internal monologues are so good. Jesus Christ, this is gold. This is gold. How are they just pumping up good shit like this? How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray.
Credits! Ah!
Wait, where's my... Art and art direction by
Evil little bug!
Going to bed. Glad we all love this game. Have a good rest of your night, Eternal. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Rest well and sweet dreams. Programming by Pat Rick. I don't know if it's the same in some countries, but in CN, being called a dog is hugely insulting, or so I've heard. Depends on the culture then, I guess. AA Renders. Oh, Pat. Oh, AA Renders. Oh, Zachary Cabal. Oh, Lena Rain. Oh, Brian Mulholland. You Brian Mulholland, you. Anna, Griston, Hugh J. Maxie, Sadie Virtuous Varmint. Thumbbutt. Oh, Thomas Collimander. Adrienne. Wait, are they gonna say and me? Ultralinks, Anna. Okay. Baby Zero. The first. It's like Patient Zero. It's the first baby of all time. I know, Quincy. The wait for the next episode begins. It's gonna be so long. It's gonna be so long. Thank you for the stars and the hydrate, Comey. Thank you. Kill, Jill, VT, Mado, Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family,
And you! Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
You're waiting for the and you credit, you absolute gamer whore. I've been conditioned by all the games I've played on stream. They're always like, and you. And I'm like,
Yeah. I did do pretty well, didn't I?
oh my god. Unity. Oh my god. His do?
Fiend.
Oh my god, what? Stop! Wait. Window. Yes. Oh my god, this is Stop this. This is so cute. Oh my god, he's so drunk. His boobs are so big. This is so cute.
The family.
Yeah. Marissa, I don't get it. This is so cute. Oh, I sent the screenshot in the Discord server, everyone, just in case you wanted to see it. Oh my gosh. This is so cute. Oh, it's his phone lock screen. His boobs in my mouth. Feminism. Stop. Witness them. Yeah. Have I ever talked about how slutty Morgan's like things are? Like her holsters? I don't know what they're trying to hold up. I don't know what like part of her body they're supporting, but they look great on her. God, that's so cute. Stop. Congratulations. Oh, on here. Oh, that's right. I made Mad Bank. Bonus charms are... bonus charm. Okay. Before we go for today, let's look at the bonus charm. Just kidding.
I wasn't looking out for anything in particular.
You guys, the kid is back. The child.
The rest give me and others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small. And
actually, you know what? Not a Makoto voice. Do Makoto voice, or should we do like...
And the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. Thought if I hung around there, I might see something the rest would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything.
So you gave up?
No. I got scared.
What scared you?
You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar.
Everyone says I'm a liar, too.
Are you?
I can't remember. Oh, wow, that's really scary. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it.
What'd you lose?
My face. It's the mask. I'm scared. My face.
I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red.
Red hair.
What's this?
Gold.
Thanks. But are you sure I wasn't any help?
You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. Oh my god! Oh. To be continued in chapter 3, but when? Quoting scripture. Oh my god. Okay, give me my cash out. Hand me my coins. 7 articles. 22 out of 22 profiles. I didn't know it was possible to miss profiles. 34 key terms, 28 pieces of evidence, 447 cold dollars. Congratulations! You finish episode 2 with 447 credits. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 447. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. Oh, fuck, you're right, Cryptic Figurines. I have red hair. I'm boned. I'm fucked. He's coming for me. Morgan will return in Avengers Doomsday. You also have a total of 546 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finish this episode. Thank you. Can I open my phone? Yes. Customize phone. Yes, let's go. Okay. Let's look at the charms before we go for tonight, okay? I do have red hair and a ponytail. I'm fucked. I'm assuming host knows the secret. I know all the secrets now. I'm all caught up. I'm nearly pissed myself. I bought a lot of Reyes undercover. Free. Wait. My daughter. Oh my god, she's so cute. She looks so cute. Oh my god. I'm getting cuteness aggression. I want slam. I'm going to punch the drywall. Holy shit. She looks great. Oh, she's so cute. Oh. I need to punch drywall. Nico Morg? We got a Nico Morg? I don't remember this. We might have gotten this. I don't remember. The texturing on it is so nicely done. It looks realistic. Gosh. Oh my god, Sarah, you're so cute. Oh. For looking at the lucky cat at the first King 2. Oh, I see. That is so cute. Oh my god. Okay, well, I might as well spend all my money on the other case colors, right? This is a negligible amount of money. What phone case? I'm using the rose gold. Of course I am. I know me. Black. Oh, it's a little too dark. Magenta. Ooh. Red. Oh, the red is nice. I like the red. Nah, I'm a fan. Tatsune Miku. Yellow. Okay. Maybe I'll switch to red for the next chapter. Yeah, we'll do red. Well, I've bought this. I've bought everything. I've bought the whole store. Oh my god. I can't believe that is most different from yourself I've ever heard you be. Wait, what? When? When I was punching drywall? She's so cute. Thanks for the pleasant distraction, hosting kittens. Very much appreciated as always, of course. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Fish. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your night. I hope all of you guys have a good rest of your night. We're going to end it here. We'll look at some bonus content next week. I'll hold off on doing Resident Evil on Tuesdays for another week. What we might do is I might log back in. We'll look at bonus content. It'll take us a couple hours. If I'm tired, we'll end. And if we're not, I can find another game to play, I'm sure. Oh, actually, you know what? To keep my YouTube VODs properly organized, maybe I won't. Or, I don't know what I'll do. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Don't worry, I'll think about it.
Now we wait for episode 3.
Yeah. And have a good rest of your night, everyone. Rest well and sweet dreams. I'll see you on Thursday. If you're gonna go watch Hostoroid, then I'll see you Thursday on Aqua's channel. Friday I have a stream, and then Sunday we're back to Resident Evil again. I'll see you soon. Take care, rest well. Foaming and punching walls. Have you been infected by the werewolf? Yeah, I mean, we all have 2 wolves inside of us. One of them is uncontrollable. Have a good night. Take care. See you soon. Oh, you should check the episode 3 banner. There's a new character on the stream, on the Steam art. Oh, on the Steam art. I did see the Steam art. I don't quite remember what it was, but I also was probably actively blocking out the information because I was like, spoilers. Anyway, see you soon. Bye-bye.